here at the Cooperative University of Kenya. We are greatly honored to host representatives from the Actuarial Science with Analytics. This program is designed to integrate traditional actuarial analytic skills, preparing our graduates to compete effectively in both local and global markets.
Inconvenience we had about the lecturer strike, so most of the schools have not been able to come through, but I want to appreciate that we have the live stream so that everyone can be able to get a piece of a piece of information from the Society of Actuaries. So thank you all for coming. I want to thank SOA for coming through for us. I usually say that we don't, the actuarial environment is very young in the country. We really need to be edified as the Kenyan students. So for us to be able to receive you guys is very, very good, because now we are able to even ask questions that otherwise we wouldn't be able to know. So I want to thank you all for even coming through and to also open your minds so that you can be able to actually be edified in this event. So I want to give a thank you for all the presidents that have also come. You guys have really made it you have made it easy for us as ASSK to be able to maneuver through the schools. So I want to say thank you and hope you guys are edified. Yeah, thank you.
Apologies for not introducing myself. My name is Frank Atebe, the Vice President of the SSK. I would like to appreciate the entire council. Some of them are seated amongst you, some of them are outside still handling the registrations. I would like to appreciate them for all their efforts in making this event happen today. Next, I would like to invite a representative from the Society of Actuaries. Nia, I'm not seeing you. Maybe these lights are blinding me. Where's Nia? Oh, sorry. Okay, we can have Zain on stage. As he comes, we can give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see such a good crowd in attendance. This is my second year at such an event. We had one last year. I don't know whether some of you were there as well, but that was the first year we actually collaborated with Ask and in organizing an event like this, and I was quite pleased and surprised, pleasantly surprised last year as well, in terms of the number of students that actually participated in that event, and also a lot of them actually asked a lot of very interesting questions about the pathways and what SOA does and all of that. It's in continuation of that, and it pleases me to see so many of you here as well. Welcome to SOA Connect 2026. As I said, this is our second year collaborating with Ask. I would like to thank at the start, of course, the university, Professor David, in hosting us. I would also like to thank Ask for organizing and setting this up this year as they did last year as well. Also like to thank TASC and AEA, the Actual Academy of East Africa, and of course the Actual Society of Kenya in helping us, partnering with us, in supporting us in creating more awareness, of the actual profession in the Kenyan market. So from SOA perspective, what is this event about? This year's theme is, you might have noticed, is expanding actual pathways for a global career, and it's both timely and relevant. And this is a message that I want to leave here with you all in terms of the value proposition that we from SOA offer. The actual profession is no longer limited by geography. I am sure you all have cell phones in your pockets and you're connected to the world in many different ways. And I know there are Kenyan actuaries working in not just in the African market, but also in the West, in the North American market, in the European market, and many in even the Middle East and Greater Asian markets. So today's program reflects that global perspective, and that's the message that we will keep on, mentioning. We will hear about the actual journey from industry leaders. We'll discuss the SOA pathway. I'll go through the SOA pathway with you all, explain what it actually means to become an SOA actuary, and then you can later on ask questions and we can have a discussion on that. We learn from student testimonials about exam preparedness, which is very, very important. We'll engage with hiring managers in terms of the employability skills that hiring managers actually look at when they are hiring actuarial skill sets, talents, and we will celebrate opportunities through the SOA Scholarship Initiative for Exam P and FM. So this is a practical, future-focused agenda, and I would urge you to participate, to engage, to ask questions, so that you get the most out of what we are offering. The SOA is deeply committed to the Kenyan market. As I said, this is our second year running, where we collaborated with Ask. We've also we were here with the task conference and so on, and our commitment includes specifically providing again, I keep mentioning that a globally recognized actuarial educational qualification, offering scholarships just as we did last year, and we're going to do it today as well, expanding access through our free affiliate membership program. And I'll go through that in my presentation as well, and you can sign up for it if you haven't already, and creating networking and professional development opportunities. So to all the students here, I would urge you to engage fully, ask questions, as I said, participate in the discussions, take advantage of the networking opportunities. There are many of us actuaries here in the room. I can ask questions about the pathway, about all the things that you have in mind. Also, of course, take part in the scholarship draw and connect with the speakers. So once again, thank you, Ask. Thank you, the university. Of course, TASK and AEA and partnering with us in supporting us and in combining our efforts together to create more awareness and understanding of the actual profession. So we're excited for today's discussions and for the future that lies ahead for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I would like to invite a representative from the Actuarial Society of Kenya, the Task Secretariat, Catherine Nyakundi. As she comes on stage, we can give her a round of applause. Your task has been very supportive of SSK and the events we organize, and it's usually a pleasure to see them attend them.
Good afternoon. Catherine Nyakundi, the Task Secretariat. Sorry about the lights. SOA has been the biggest supporter of the Actuarial Society of Kenya in matters of sponsoring us during the actuarial conventions. Last year, they were not able to attend the convention, but they supported around 5 students to attend the convention. And this year, as they are also giving the scholarships for the exams, as you network, as you ask questions, cross your fingers that you are one of the beneficiaries. As the Actuarial Society of Kenya, we are hosting the ICA 2029 International Congress of Actuaries, and as he has said, it's going to be a global connection with qualified actuaries across all countries in the world. They will be visiting Kenya, and the convention will be for about 3 days. And we are sure that the SOA will also partner with us in hosting the Congress. And as you are the future actuaries in 2029, I know most of you will not be seated there, will probably be making your presentations during the event. So today we start this session, be open-minded, learn, ask questions that ChatGPT will not help you, as you're going to interact with qualified actuaries who are in this session and some people who are also in the industry. Thank you, and let's enjoy the session.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Ms. Catherine Nyakundi. The next person I would like to invite on stage is Japheth Indakwa. We are jumping into the core part of our program. But before that, I would like to recognize the presence of architects. You can see the banners around the room, and I would like to invite Jens to come and say a little something about architects before we jump into the actuarial journey, which will be coordinated by Japheth Indakwa. Jens, you can.
Well, thank you. My name is Jens, and I'm here on behalf of Architects Learning. And I have a table down here, which I think you should come by and we can have a talk. I've brought some very interesting free stuff for all of you. Also a coupon code to get our goal solution, which is our online platform e-learning environment. You can get that for free, but it's only for the 200 fastest of you. So hurry up, and if we reach 200, we'll see what we can do. So yeah, stop by and let's have a talk.
Oh, thank you, Jans. For the first part of our program today, we'll have not the actuarial journey, but rather the SOA pathways by Zain Ibrahim. I would like to invite you back on stage, Zain, to start us off.
Thank you. Yes, so I will be talking about the SOA pathway. So I'll be touching upon how you become an actuary, what does being an actuary mean, where do they work, and also, of course, they're going through the pathway in terms of exactly which exams you have to pass to become an actuary and how do you go about doing that. Once I've completed the presentation, we can then open the floor for questions, or even, we can talk about, if you have any questions, you can talk about during the breaks. So can you see the screen? So is it on? Yeah? Is the presentation on? Can they see the screen? Can you see my presentation? Okay, all right. Okay, good. So the agenda is that we'll cover the overview of Society of Actuaries. A lot of you may be aware of what the Society of Actuaries is, but a lot of you might not. I will go through what we do, where do we stand in the world of actuarial education. We will look at the profession itself. Why become an actuary? A lot of people ask this question, especially those who are not familiar with what actuaries do. Then we'll touch upon how do I become an actuary, what do I need to do in terms of exams, and are there any other requirements, and then so on. There's a element that we call validation by education and experience, which is VEE credits. We will cover that. And we'll also let you have some of the support and resources that the Society of Actuaries offers on a free basis for you to actually go through and review. Society of Actuaries is the world's largest actuarial organization with more than around 35,000 members. We call members people who have our credentials, so either a fellow Society of Actuaries or an associate of Society of Actuaries. So we've got 35,000 members who've completed a credential, and we also have 35,000 students. So between the two, students and members, we have around 70,000 people associated with our organization. the roots go back to almost more than 140 years, 1889, when the first American Society of Actuaries was created. We have our global headquarters in Chicago, but we have offices in Singapore and Hong Kong and Beijing, and of course now in Dubai. So I look after the Dubai office. It falls within the region of MEASA, Middle East, Africa, and South Asia, and we have staff here in Dubai and also staff based in India helping the region. As I said, we are the leading actuarial education provider. Our credentials, ASA and FSA and SERA, are considered to be gold standard, globally recognized, very esteemed credentials. And we also offer free affiliate membership, which I'm going to talk about later, for students who are in our pathway. As I said, look after the MEASA market. Again, we've focused on providing support and resources and help for students and potential students, and also universities and so on within the Middle East, African, and South Asian region. Society of Actuaries is the only actuarial organization which has a dedicated office for this region in Dubai. And we already have 3-4 staff sitting in the Dubai office to help the region. We also have created a MAP committee, which is Middle East, Africa, and South, and then Pakistan committee, and that MAP committee looks after, helps the actual profession's growth in the region. There are around 15 members. 4 of them are from Africa, and we have 1 member from Kenya as well in the MAP committee. We host conferences, student events, regional symposiums, workshops, webinars across the region. Our flagship event is our regional symposium, where we had one in Dubai 4 years ago. Then we had 2 consecutive events in Riyadh. We had last year, 2025, we had the regional symposium in Cairo, and 2026 we're going back into Riyadh. So why the actual profession? The first thing everybody asks is, what is an actuary? And even after being in this profession for a long time, when someone asks me what is an actuary, I stop a little, I ponder, and I realize that if I can give a short answer and I can give a long answer. The short answer is that they are the ones who actually, they actually put a number to a life's uncertainties. Whether those uncertainties relate to mortality or death or morbidity or ill health or even stuff like the issues relating to climate and cybersecurity. All these uncertainties are something that they work on. They create they create models, and then they put a number, financial number on that uncertainty, so that it could be priced. So essentially, that was a long answer. A short answer: they look after there's experts for complex financial issues. They use their analytical skills, their business sense and knowledge and understanding, and also the human behavior to come up with these with these solutions. They evaluate the likelihood of future events. They make sure that they can minimize the bad effects of the uncertain future events, financially speaking, and also creative ways to reduce the likelihood of those events happening. So there are lots of important things that they do. A lot of time they would not be right in the limelight and in the public's eye, so a lot of people will not know about it. But anything relating to insurance, anything relating to pensions and retirement products and all of that, there is an actuary or there is a team of actuaries sitting behind actually working on those. And then the question is, okay, fine, we understand what actuaries do. Why choose actual science? And the reason you want to choose actual science is because it is and has been the number one of the highest rated professions for at least the last 30 or 40 years that I've been in this profession. I've not been in this profession 40 years, but I know that they have always been on top of all kinds of job rankings in the US, in the North American market, in the European market, in the Middle East and Africa, and everywhere. They consistently have been on the top. Even the last one in 2025, they were the best, number fifth in the best technology jobs. Now, imagine a technology job would essentially, in your mind, when you hear about it, you think, oh, it's probably talking about IT and computer sciences and computer hardware and computer engineering and all of that. And now these days AI as well. But even in that category, actuaries are one of the top ranked profession in best STEM jobs. And when STEM, we talk about careers like engineering and anything relating to technology, anything relating to science, and even in that, actuaries are one of the top ranked professions. So these numbers have always been like this. Sometimes they're first, sometimes they're fifth, sometimes they're third, but it is a profession that's highly regarded the world over. What does the SOA bring to the table? Well, the value proposition that we bring, the first one is the portability, and this is something that I stress upon a lot in whenever I talk to students. If many years ago, I was sitting as a student just like you. I was doing a master's degree in maths and had no idea about what actual profession is. And somebody mentioned this word, and I tried to dig for what it meant and try to understand what actually entailed to become an actuary, and realize that it is a very highly regarded profession. And then when I looked at, okay, fine, so how do I become an actuary, and then looked at all the actual professional organizations that were offering credential, I realized that there was one that actually offered a credential that was not linked to a particular market, and it had global appeal. And that was a site of actuary. So I pursued it. And right now, if you are an ASA or an FSA, it doesn't matter whether you work in the US market or Canadian market or the European market, or whether you work in Middle East or in Asia and Greater Asia or even Africa, that the two credentials against your name actually make you your skill set appeal globally, and that opens up so many doors for people who are interested in taking up a profession that actually offers them global portability. The second thing that we offer is consistent and very high pass rates. Actual exams are tough; they are not easy, and that were not for everybody's cup of tea. But then, if you persevere, if you focus, you can pass exams, and we've seen that even in Kenya market, we have a lot of students, and a lot of students overall from other actual organizations as well. But at the end of the day, from our perspective, the exams that we offer, they have consistent high pass rates, and they are very consistent in terms of the structure. And that's very important as a student. If you're sitting for exam, you need to understand that how a structure goes, and then how the exams are tested, how what content is tested, how is it tested, and all of those things. So it's very important. As I mentioned that the SOA credential offers global appeal, and it opens a lot of employment opportunities. I've seen actuaries working in the traditional actuarial space, which is life insurance, general insurance, pensions and retirement benefits and health insurance and so on. But I've also seen actuaries working in very non-traditional ways at very senior positions. And there are many examples. One example that I do frequently quote is in Dubai, we have in the UAE, we have the largest oil producer, which is ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Corporation, and the CFO is an actuary, is an FSA. So you would not think of an actuary working in an oil industry, but that's just one example, and there are many other examples. So if you are an actuary, the skill set that you bring to the table opens up your options in terms of working in the traditional way world, or even going and working in a non-traditional field. As I mentioned, we have the largest membership population in the actuarial sphere in the world, and that offers again a lot of opportunities to network, a lot of opportunities to learn from other actuaries. If you are an FSA or an ASA, if you bump into another FSA and FSA, you can actually immediately start conversations, because we all belong to the same sort of family in a broader sense, and that provides great opportunity to learn, to network, and to open new doors. A lot of people say, "Oh, actual sciences profession and the examination pathway is so long. I can put in whatever 7-8 years of my life into getting a credential." Well, you don't have to actually. The good thing is that we offer, like others as well, an associateship credential and a fellowship. Fellowship is more like a specialization, but if a lot of actuaries achieve the ASA credential, and they don't want to, for whatever personal reasons they want to pursue, they can actually still make a great career out of out of that ASA credential. And a lot of senior actuaries I know are even CEOs of large companies who have an ASA credential only. As I said, self-study skills is something that we offer a lot. So you have an advantage of studying in a university, but and then from where you can actually learn the content, and then from our exams or the sample exams or the exam prep provider like Actix, you learn how those content, how that particular theory is actually tested by us. But whatever we produce, or our partners, exam prep providers like Actix produce, is essentially geared towards self-study. So you really don't have to be studying anywhere. You can just self-study and sit for exam and pass it, which is a great opportunity, because then you're not reliant on one particular vertical. A lot of actuaries I know not just only come from maths, undergrad degrees. They come from stats. They come from even some engineering degrees, and so on. So it really opens up the avenue. We offer a lot of benefits in the membership, affiliate membership category. All of them are free, including mentorship opportunities. We do not have any annual membership fee for students. It's all free. You get access to a lot of resources and so on. So these are just some of the benefits and the value proposition that we bring to the table, and then that is something that I think you should look at very carefully if and when you're embarking on the actual career. As I said, it's the world's largest, globally most recognized and accepted actual credential. I also talked about the demand of actuaries being high, and I can tell you in my career in the West, in the South Asian context, now looking at the Middle Eastern and African and even again South Asian countries, I have not come across a market even as developed as the US and Canada where actuaries are not in demand. They have always been in demand, and even whenever a country is producing a set number of actuaries, we would think, oh, if they increase it by 50%, there would be saturation. Well, that's not the case. When we were giving exams, new technology was coming in, and everybody thought that when technology will come in, they will take over actual work. That didn't happen. Now everybody's talking about AI and how AI could take over a lot of jobs. Well, in actual profession, they will not. They will take up jobs of actuaries who do not use AI, but we are going to bring that, or we're exploring how to bring that skill set into our pathway as well. So the demand has always been high, which is why they are always been in high demand, and that offers them the opportunity to pick up a career they want, pick up a company they want, and even pick up the compensation that they want. So yeah, I've talked about this just to give you an idea of how diverse the actuarial field is in terms of the skill sets and the work that they do. A lot of them are entrepreneurs. A lot of them are making policy decisions in government, and then that's also very important. And a lot of them are into investment banking, and that's again something that you would not think or hear about when you hear the word actuary. And if you know that what they do, you generally think that, oh, they would probably only work in insurance. Well, that's not the case. Why choose SOA? As I said, it's a globally recognized. That's something that's very important. I keep reminding everybody about it because you cannot understand how big an advantage a global credential gives you. If you have that against your name, you don't need to worry about where you work. You can work in Kenya if you want, and if there's whatever reason you don't want to work in Kenya, you can work in anywhere else if you have that credential against your name. As I mentioned, we have a very, very flexible, very, self-study oriented exam preparation setup structure, and that helps a lot of students. They base their pathway based on wherever they are in life, and so on. We are future focused, as I just mentioned, that AI is something that we were the first, by the way, first actual organization to bring in predictive analytics as an exam in the pathway. And we did that, I don't know, 8 years ago when there was very little, technology, and AI was certainly not there. And then so is what our thought process is about AI and its applications in the actuarial credentialing as well as actual work. And since we have the largest membership, we also offer the largest network to our members in terms of being able to connect and network and create opportunities of internship and other career related areas. How do I become an actuary? Well, the first thing that I would urge all of you to do is to sign up for our free affiliate membership program. There's a QR code later that you can scan and sign up for it, and then you'll get free access to a lot of resources, including some resources that we have put in for students who want their parents to understand what actual profession is all about. Because in a lot of cultures, parents are also have a sort of a stake and have a say in the decision making process of children taking up an undergrad degree program. So you should sign up for that, review the SOA curriculum, and then you can plan your study journey. Generally it takes between 3 to 4 or sometimes 5 months, depending on how much time you want to allocate to prepare for one exam. And then once you register, all of our material is online, ACTEX is here, and they also provide great material to study for the first exams. And then you can study, pass one, and then move on to the second. And as soon as you pass the first two exams, the chances of you getting employed become very, very high. I'm no expert on the Kenyan market, but in no market have I seen students who have passed exams and are then looking for jobs. Generally, jobs come to them because the employers know that this person has the sort of what it takes to pass exams and become an actuary. So they are more than happy to hire those people who have already shown that they can pass actual exams. Once you do that, and as you progress, the first target should be the associateship, which generally takes between 3 to 5 years. I'll go through how it's structured and how many exams you have to take and all of that. And then there are some people who have done it in 3 years. Some people take it take 5 years to do it, but at the end of the day, it's between 3 to 5 is the average to complete the associateship. And the good thing is that you can start while you're in the university program, so you don't have to wait till you complete your undergrad degree. A lot of universities are around the Middle East African markets. I have seen students passing 2 exams, sometimes 3, and sometimes even 4 exams by the time they graduate out of the university program. And that's great, because as soon as they do that, they get employed, and then they are able to pass the remaining exams, and they become associates very, very quickly. And once you do that, once you get employed, then of course the employers in many markets actually pay for the cost of the not just the exam fee, but also the exam prep material, and also they give time for students to study. And once as you keep on passing, you get promotions, you get salary raises, and so on, and then the rest, as they say, becomes history. Okay, so this is what it means to become an associate of the Society of Actuaries. If you look at this particular diagram, you can see 4 different color schemes, color codes. Well, the blue ones are what we call exams. So it's actually exams that you have to sit for and pass. The orange or the yellow ones are e-learning modules. These are modules that you have to complete online virtually. You don't have to sit for any exam, but you have to complete them, and you generally is self-paced, so you pace it accordingly, according to your own circumstances, how busy you are, and all of that. The green, the 3 green elements are what we call the validation by education and experience. These are credits that you can get from your university courses. So these 3 are credits that you get for university courses. 6 are the exams that you sit for. 4 are the e-learning modules, and then the last one is a 1-day seminar that you have to attend to complete the associateship requirement and get your associateship diploma. It's just a 1-day seminar that talks about professionalism. So 3 credits from university, 4 e-learning modules, 6 exams, and 1-day professionalism course. That is what it takes to become an actuary. Now, if you look at the exams, since there are 6 in total, even if you are spending 4 or 5 months for one exam, then passing these 6 would essentially mean 2.5 years. Because exams are very tough, many people fail. I've also failed, and it's very common in the actual profession for people to fail. So even if you fail a couple of times, you can still do it in 3 years, and that's what we see. A lot of bright people actually complete it in 3 to 4 years. The first 2 exams, and that's again something that we offer, which is I think very useful for the students, and this, by the way, happens now. In my time, that wasn't the case. The first 2 exams actually are taken 6 times a year. So you have an opportunity. If you're not able to pass the first one, you can immediately sit for 1.5 months later. You can sit for the next sitting. In my time, these exams would only happen twice a year. So if you did not pass one, you had to wait 6 months to resit for the next attempt. And then the later exams, many of them are taken, are held thrice a year. Again, that gives tremendous opportunities for people to sit for exams, assuming they fail. Hopefully, if you plan accordingly and you study correctly, you would not fail. But this is how we've structured it. As I mentioned about the consistent pass rates, as I mentioned. We have a free student membership program. You don't have to pay anything as a student member, and you also get a lot of access to resources that we have on our website. A little bit about the VE credits. As I said, these are 3 credits that are required as part of the actuarial associateship pathway. but these are the ones that you can get exemptions from or get credit from us using your university courses. So these are in the areas of economics, accounting and finance, and mathematical statistics. So for example, if you are in maths undergrad program and you're taking accounting from an accounting business vertical, if that accounting course is in line with what our requirements are, then you can get an exemption based on a certain grade that you get in that particular university course. Same goes for mathematical statistics and of course economics as well. So this is sort of a credit that we offer, and I'll let you know how this happens. So if you go on our website, you can find this validation by educational experience section within our education and exam area, and there you will find directory of some of the approved courses that we already have approved for some of the universities around the world. I checked last night about Kenya, and I noticed there were three universities, Jomo Kenyatta, Moi, and University of Nairobi, that are listed as our on our website, but I realized that two of them do not have their updated curriculum, so their current credits are not approved or validated. But one of them have actually latest courses approved till 2027. So those are those students can actually get approval from. So that's the way it happens is that you can get V credit either as a student yourself, or the institution can apply for V credits as an institution. So if the institution wants to apply for V credits, they will write to us, and they will send all the courses and within the accounting, economics, and mathematical statistics areas, and then we'll review that course, and then we will approve the university courses as an institution for those particular courses for V credits. And then any student studying in that university can actually just send us their transcript, and we will give them the credit. So that's one way. That's from the institution side. The other way to get credit is from the students themselves. So for example, if you're all here in this university and you have taken an accounting course, you go through our website and you realize that the accounting course that you've taken actually covers all the content that we have put on our website to get exemption, then you apply to us directly as a student, as an individual, and we will review your transcript, we will review the course content and syllabus, and then we will give you the credit individually. So you can get credit individually as a student, or or the institution can get credit as an university, for all the courses within the 3V area. And I don't know about these three universities, how they got the credit when they applied for it, or maybe some student applied for it, from these universities. But from your perspective, you can apply for it individually. From your faculty members' perspective, if they want to apply for the credits as an institution, they can do that as well. So as I mentioned, you have to apply for approval. We review the curriculum, and then of course the transcript, and we can give the credit based on your individual application or the university. And the guidelines for course approval is also available on our website. So you can, as an again student, you can go through the guideline, and as a faculty member also can review the guideline. And then you can see there are two applications mentioned here, where one says application for course evaluation candidate, and the other one says application for course evaluation faculty. So a faculty member can apply for the institution, as I mentioned, and a candidate can apply for themselves. We review the transcript with syllabus content, the course content, all of that. Generally, between few weeks to up to maximum 10 weeks, we actually review the material, and then if based on everything is fine, we give the approval. The reason, requirement that we have is that students must pass first two exams before they apply for V credits. So, if any of you are interested in taking an actual exam, you can pass the first two exams, and then based on accounting courses that you took while you were in the university, can then apply for V credits. We generally give V credits after a candidate has passed a couple of exams, mainly because that's when they really need it. Someone who's not into the pathway, has no intention of taking an actual exam, would not need an V credit anyway, because it's part of the requirement to become an associate. And these are the criteria, these are the documents or pieces of information that we need for you to actually, for your application review. If you're interested, and if you have a couple of exams, and there's a link on our website which actually allows you to apply for it directly. Okay, the last piece of information is about the affiliate membership. This is the QR code. As I said, this is a free membership for all students. I would urge all of you to actually scan the QR code and sign up for it, so that you can get access to a lot of information about all of what I said, but more in terms of there are lots of other things that might be in your mind in terms of questions. We have a wealth of resources on that platform that are available for people just like you are interested in understanding what it means to become an actuary and all of that. So please do sign up for the free membership. As I said, it's open to all candidates, students, even influencers. There is no requirement to maintain a membership. You can sign up for it if you are happy with what you see or are interested. You can go through the whole platform. If you're not, you can, there's no yearly requirement to subscribe or something like that. There are no specific codes of conduct tied to credentials, and there are lots of, as I mentioned, resources available, including the lunch and learn webcast that we actually host and organize for students like you, wherein we bring in an actuary who talks about his journey or her journey, and then students can actually ask on that virtual session about questions about how to become an actuary and all of what is in their minds. Other than that, we are available on all social media channels, YouTube and LinkedIn, of course, Facebook and Twitter and so on. Well, X, to be honest, and Instagram. All right, that was all from my side. I'm happy to take questions now, or even during breaks or after the sessions are over. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello again. I've come so that we can have an interactive section with Zain. I don't know if anyone has heard about VEE. Maybe you can raise your hand up. Okay, so I want Zain to go a bit deeper about VEE because we want to know as schools. Let me start off by saying that most of the schools, like in Kenya right now, they are going to have the like masters in, I know even in Cooperative, they're having the masters in actuarial science. Now, I have a bit of concern because I feel like the quality of also the degree, sometimes it becomes difficult. We've all heard about having actuarial science and going out there and not getting like being in the market. So SOA has a very nice program, the VEE. So I would like you, Zain, to go a bit deeper, and then maybe you can have interactive for guys to be able to actually ask questions about it. We want like most of the universities to have VEE, to be able to have the VEE qualifications. I know there are only like 3, which is JQuat, Moi University, and I think UN. So how can we be able to make more of our universities to have those qualifications?
Thank you, Shalmit. Yes, so I talked about VE. I'm happy to talk about it in more detail from a university and college perspective. Just to re-emphasize, VE are 3 credits that we offer, exemptions that we offer during, if anyone is following our pathway to become an actuary, they need to know economics, they need to know accounting and finance, and they need to know mathematical statistics. Now, these 3 subjects, we could have tested them or put an exam for it, but we made it a little easier for universities outside the US and Canada by making sure that the students who are studying in these in universities and are reading these subjects in university courses can actually get credit for the university course that they are completing, as long as that course can have almost 80 or 90% of the content that we want that student to understand, and also as long as they have a certain grade. So universities across the world actually apply as an institution for these V credits, and if a university is designated a VE credited university, then any student studying in that university, irrespective whether they're studying under maths or business or even accounting and finance and economics and so on, can actually get credits for these 3 particular subjects based on the courses that they are reading at those universities. So it's an opportunity for colleges and universities to get accredited by SOA, so that it benefits all the students within the university. If there are any faculty members who are interested in learning more about it, I'm happy to talk now, and I'm happy to take questions. But even during breaks, if you have anything that you want to ask, it's not a very difficult process, very easy process to get accredited. All we ask the university to do is in the application that I showed, they just have to upload the syllabus, the course content, the course syllabus, how it's taught, what content is covered, and which books or course material is included, and so on. So it's just a couple of, in most cases, the course outline is already there for all the courses in all universities. So all they have to do is upload that course outline, and add in a few details that we have asked for, and that's it. And we review it, and then once if we have any questions, we come back to the faculty member. If not, then we just announce that the university actually has. the university can get, as soon as all the requirements are complete, we accredit the university for these three courses, and then we add in their name in our list of accredited universities. As I mentioned, these three universities are there. I noticed two of them do not have updated curriculum, so they applied for it. They got, or some student from those universities applied for it, got the credit, and then subsequently it expired. But this is the process from a university perspective. I'm happy to take any questions if you have, and happy to also talk about it later.
If you have questions, you can read. I think you can give the mic to.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kennedy Ndieki. I'm a lecturer at this university and some others. I think my students are here, some former, some now. Regards to the credits and how you go over it, normally the school kind of looks at the curriculum at every 4 years. So we are looking into a perspective where you create a white paper, so that whenever we are doing an overhaul of the or a change in curriculum, we can have that white paper for reference, so that when we send you our core units that are needed to get the credit, we are already we have already looked at the white paper and kind of aligned ourselves to those credits, as opposed to we do it blindly, then we send, then you have to mark it based on our own ideas, which can be different from your own ideas. I think that point of white paper can be like a convergence of ideas together. Thank you. I don't know on how that can work. Maybe you can tell us more. Thank you.
So it's a good question, and white paper is essentially that you're talking about, to what I understood, is the guidelines that are there for course approval, and it's already there on our website. If you look at this particular link, when you open that link, then we have a clear guideline of exactly what content we would like the course to cover. And we also have mentioned that if, for example, for accounting credit, if we have, the content that we have, you do not, it's not covered in one course, one university course, but two university courses, then even that is acceptable to us. So all you need to do is look at our guideline, see the content, look at the courses that you have in university, identify the courses that cover that content, and send us the course evaluation or course outline for those 1 or 2 or 3 courses, and ask us that, okay, fine, for economics, these are the 3 courses or 2 courses or 1 course that covers everything that you want, and this is the outline. You send us the outline, and that's about it. There's nothing more that you need to do. And the course content that we have, for example, in economics, it's essentially very basic core stuff. So we ask for microeconomics, macroeconomics, the basics, basic stuff of I would say the first year 100 level or 200 level courses is all what we require as our, as to approve or we credit. So it's already there. If you have a look at it, and if you have any other questions in terms of how to go about this and that, I'm happy to, I'll leave my card with you, and I'm happy to guide you further. But I think it's one of the easiest thing. And when I talk to university professors and I guide them, and they say, oh, this is so easy, or we already have course outline, I just upload it and ask for the accreditation. That's about it. There's no complex process. You don't need to change anything at the university level. All you need to do is look at our core guideline, identify, as I mentioned, identify the content, the topics, look at your courses, identify the courses where those topics are covered, and send us a detail of those courses. That's about it. Any other question? All right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isaac Odhiambo from University of Eldoret, and my question goes, is there a minimum, let's say a minimum grade for, let's say for a student who maybe the university has been accredited for the VEE and a student wants to apply? So is there a minimum grade?
Yes, there is a minimum grade. I think it's B plus or something like that. It's not very high. It's not that you have to have an A star or A plus in order to get that exemption. I think it's B plus or something like that. So it's also mentioned on the course evaluation or guidelines for course evaluation. And when you are uploading a transcript, we will just look at what you got as a grade, and if it's fine with what we think is okay, then you get the credit. It's not very high. Okay, all right. If there are no further questions, thank you very much. As I said, I'm here, happy to take any other further questions if you have, and happy to support and help you with VCREDs and also the SOA pathway if there are any questions on that. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh, sure, please.
Okay. What do you believe will differentiate an actuary or make them stand out, considering the emerging markets in the next 10 years, as someone who has had experience in this?
So, an actuary is an actuary, to be honest, and especially the actuaries that SOA produces, the ones that are going to, and hopefully some of you will follow that pathway. Once you complete your fellowship or go through that, then you actually go through a specialization of not one, maybe two different areas of actual science or the industry. So you can become an actuary with a life insurance as well as pensions, or life insurance as well as health insurance kind of specialization, and that gives you an opportunity to work in any market. But that aside, I've seen actuaries who've done their fellowship in life insurance working as chief actuaries in a non-life industry, working as CFOs, working as CEOs. So if you reach that level, then the world, as I say, really opens up for you, and there are no bars or limitations to where you can work. I've seen actuaries work as CFOs at a hospital. I've seen actuaries work at Director General for government pension schemes and stuff. So there's so many different areas. So the actuaries of future, when they get specialization and when they complete their fellowship through our track, they really can do any work in the traditional as well as non-traditional area.
Do we have more questions? I would not like to lock anybody. There's a hand there, the other side. Any other question? We'll take those two, and then that will be the end.
Good afternoon. I am James Merito, a graduate from Multimedia University and a task member. On the VAA, my question is, what if an individual does not meet the minimum required set by SOA, and still they want to pursue the SOA pathway?
Sorry, so Can you repeat your question? What exactly do you mean by that?
Like you said, there is a minimum grade you should have to get qualified for the VEE. So what if an individual does not meet the requirement and still they want to pursue the swap pathway?
Okay, no, understand. So, if you are not able to get the kind of grades, by the way, they are not very high, but let's just assume that you get a grade that we are not ready to give you credit for, then you have to go through a sort of a program. Some of the exams that providers actually offer those such programs where you, once you go through their program, then and then come to us that I've gone through that program and I've done that and completed it. Then we do give credit. So there is an alternate way. It's just that it's just you have to go through that particular structure, or particular program to get the credit if your university grade was not good enough for us to give you credit. But there's a way.
There was a question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Njoki, Kirinyaga University. I'm also a task member. My question goes to, I have two questions. That is, I have heard about the VEE, but it looks like it's a program which is mandatory for you, like in your qualification as an ASA. But then, I have seen that one of the papers, is it the basic paper, like exam FM, exam P, those ones? Some of the courses we are being taught in the campuses. So is there a way someone can apply for exemption if they pass exemplary, like in the year coursework? And if it is so, what universities are tied to SOA such that if I am studying in this university and I pass my financial mathematics, I get an exemption in exam FM? That is the first question. The second question, I have forgotten the second question. Yeah, you can answer that.
Right. So yes, there is a way to get exemptions, but that actually goes through a very strict process that we have to designate a university as what we call Centers of Actuarial Excellence, CAE schools. There are very few CAE schools outside North America. None that I can remember in Africa actually. So if you are a student in a CA school, I can give you some examples. University of Waterloo in Canada is a CA school, University of Toronto in Canada is a CA school, and there are other examples in the UK and so on. Heriot-Watt is a CA school. If you do your courses from a CA school, and that you have a certain grade and all of that, then there is a possibility to get exemptions. But the way to become a CA school is very stringent, and then a lot of universities. So within the university accreditation system, we have three categories. The first category is what we call UCAP, University and College with Actual Programs. IC, it's introductory curriculum. Those universities will just have that. Then we have a second category of what we call advanced curriculum, and then the third category is what is known as Center of Actual Excellence. Universities are welcome to become a Center of Actual Excellence, but they have to fill in a lot of stringent requirements, including having an actuary as a faculty member. Because in all the CA schools, you have faculty members who've got a PhD in maths or stats or whatever, and they are also FSAs. And that's a requirement that, because then the faculty member not only understands the academic side, but they also understand the industry side, so they understand how to teach, what to teach students, so that those students are going to actually work on in practical life in the industry. And there are very few, faculty members at least in this region, who've got a PhD with an ASA or an FSA against their name. So that's one of the requirements, but there are other requirements. There's another pilot that we intend to start next year, whereby we will be offering certain universities an opportunity to take our financial mathematics FM exam have their students take it. It's a pilot that we are starting, and if the students pass that exam, then we will get exemption. You'll see more information coming out from SOA in the next 6 months about that program, which is in our view the first exemption granting program outside the CAE school setup that we will offer to the universities across the world. And maybe universities in Kenya would also seek to partner in that pilot. So something is coming on that front, but in terms of what you are asking for, which is currently in present, it's only through the CA school setup, and that I think is a good dream for universities to have. It's a bit difficult in this market, at least that's what I've seen.
Exams can you sit for as a student and member?
So first of all, just to give you an idea, SOA member, when we say member, an SOA member, we mean someone who's got a credential with us. So either an ASA, an FSA, or a CERA, CEREA. Those people are who we call members. We call the people who are taking our exams and have not yet achieved an ASA designation or FSA designation, we call them student members, student candidates, that's what we call them. There is no fee or specific requirement for you to become a student member. There are no requirements. As I mentioned, the affiliate membership program that we use is absolutely free. All the resources there are free. The webcast that we offer to our affiliate membership program for their benefit is also free. And then there are lots of other things. So, and as you give exams, even the first one that you give, till the time you become an ASA, you don't have to pay any membership fees. We do not have any memberships. The only thing that you pay for the exam fee, and that's it. And you pass exam, then you pay for the next exam fee, you pass that exam, and then you pay for. So those are the only sort of requirement from our side, which is different from some of the other actuarial associations. But this is an additional advantage that we offer, which students should understand and utilize, because it's for free.
We'll have another question, the last one from the gentleman here. Please tell us your name and your university. If you ask a question, start with your name and your university, please.
Hello, my name is Philemon from University of Eldoret. My question is, in terms of insurance and agriculture, there is a certain type of insurance that does not yet exist or fully grown in Kenya. Example is an insurance called parametric insurance. And then we also have micro-insurance subscription models, and I found out that it only exists in a few countries outside Africa, but it is not yet fully grown. So what do you think is the biggest challenge or the biggest reason that is causing it not to grow in Kenya or in East Africa? And also, how, if according to how the economy is growing and the franchise in insurance is growing, what do you think is going to be the scope of it in the next 5 years?
That's a very good question, and I tell you, the scope is immense. The requirement and the demand is amazing. Whether you talk about parametric insurance, whether you talk about crop insurance, you talk about climate insurance, you talk about cybersecurity, you talk about AI related, all the new fields. The reason you can't see a lot of growth in those particular insurance niches is because there is no, in most markets to be honest, there is no skill set. There are no actuaries working on it. And why are there not actuaries working on it? Because there are very few actuaries, and most of them are employed with the usual normal life insurance, general insurance companies. So because the demand exists even today, I know actuaries who are actually working on creating products on climate insurance in some of the markets. But they were able to do that because those markets had, a lot of actuaries, and the usual work that actuaries do. There were lots of them doing that work, so there were opportunity for the newer actuaries to work in an area that was open for them. The same goes for the Kenyan population, and Kenyan population in the economy that you're talking about is pretty similar to a lot of other economies that I am exposed to. The population segment is young. You've got a youngish population, you've got a growing economy, you've got the challenges, all developing markets have challenges, but then you see that demand, you see that gap, and you realize that there is no one to fill that gap, which is why this profession is so well paying, so in demand, because if you 5 years down the road, if you become an actuary, you will have that opportunity to work in these non-traditional fields. You will be, we will be one of very few people who are doing it, and you'll be in great demand, and you will be able to contribute to your country and your economy in a very positive way. And there are actuaries who are working in such fields in other markets. Unfortunately, because there are very few actuaries overall in the country, a lot of them either leave for other countries, or work in a company and not able to, allocate time to something new. Which is why a lot of you should think about becoming an actuary. Put 4 or 5 years of your life into exams, pass exams, and then the world really will open for you.
Okay, we can take a last question then.
Just a last one. Maybe you can elucidate on more on the expenses on the exam side. How much is it, and is it different for different classes of students? By different classes, I mean there are those who are active in the university, but those ones who are working but still doing the exams. Yeah, maybe the price and if there is something for different classes of students. Thank you.
Yes, so no, that we don't have that differentiation. So from our perspective, if you're a student, whether you're working in a company or you're paying it from your own, the charges of the exam fees is the same. The difference is that a lot of employers, and I can't speak for Kenya because some of my colleagues who are sitting here and working in the Kenyan market would know better as employers. In a lot of markets, a lot of employers actually pay for the cost of exams and exam prep material for their students. So if you're working, then you don't have to worry about at least exam fee and exam prep material. As far as what SOA offers, we just launched our Global Access program, which offers a 40% discount on exam fees for students based on where they are in the World Bank classification of countries. So for example, I think for Kenya, it would probably fall at 40%. Some countries, have higher GDP and higher per capita income. They generally would go into a 20% discount. And then you have the mature population, the wealthy nations with high per capita where there is no discount. But the good thing is that the 40% discount is across all exams. So whether the first exam, which is around, I think, $300, but if you discount it by 40%, you end up paying less than $200 to the later exams. But what is important, and this is again something that I tell all the students, this is probably, the actual profession is probably one of very few careers where all you have to do as a student is invest in the first 2 exams. You invest in the first 2 or 3 exams on your own from your own pocket. If you are studying in a university, if you're working for an employer, you don't even have to do that. But if you're studying in a university, you invest in the first 2 exams. You pass them. As soon as you graduate out of the university, you will be employed. The rest of all the exam costs and everything related to that will be picked up by the employer. So you do not need to financially invest in yourself in becoming an actuary other than just starting that
first phase of passing a couple of exams. I passed my first 2 exams on my own. I never had to pay a single penny towards exam fees or exam prep material or anything else. I even get used to get exam leaves from the employer. But you have to make that investment at the start. So there's a 40% discount that we offer for countries like Kenya.
Thank you, Zain, for the insightful discussion you've led. I believe there may still be some questions. Unfortunately, we're running short of time. So Zain is still around. You can find him and ask him the question that you find to be pressing. But Zain, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence here. The next person I'd like to call on stage is Japheth Indakwa, who is the head of Actuarial at Old Mutual East Africa. He's also a fellow of the Society of Actuaries and a chartered enterprise risk analyst. So Japheth, please come on stage. As he comes, we can give him a round of applause.
Okay. I don't know if it's good evening, good afternoon. It's about 2:34. What should it be? Afternoon? Evening? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Japheth, and I head the actuarial section at Old Mutual. I am an actuary by profession. But today I'm here to talk about my actuarial journey. Please note, I want to qualify it. It is my actuarial journey, right? So different people will have different journeys. So you will pick whatever you can pick from this and learn something. And then I hope it will be able to help everyone across. But before I start, I have a question I wanted to ask. If you met an actuary in this room, what would be the first question you ask the actuary? Yes?
My name is Joy Wambui from the Cooperative University, a continuing student. My first question will be, when did you start your papers?
Any other question? Any other person? Yes?
Hello everyone. My question will be, why did you choose to be an actuary?
So when, why?
Good afternoon. My name is Diana from the University of Eldoret. My first question would be, how much money do you make?
Okay. Any other question?
Hi. My name is Americo Melvin from Daystar University. And my question will be, connections or hard work?
Oh, connections or hard work. Okay. One more, just one more.
How did you make it?
How did I make it? Okay. Cool. At least I know. So I think let me give you some feedback. As an actuary, the most question I'm asked is, how long did it take me to become an actuary? Which someone somehow alluded to it by asking, when did I start?
Sorry, I had a question.
Yes.
What is the Emmanuel from Muranga University of Technology? Which is the biggest challenge you've ever come across as an actuary?
Good. And then the second most common question I get is, how much do an actuary earn? And I think someone has already asked. So in the ballpark of things, my audience is always around what most people want to hear. Unfortunately, today I will take you through the actuarial journey, but not how much I earn. But I'll try to answer that at the end of the session. No. Chill. I promise. I'll tell you something about it. I promise. Now, today I just want to talk about 6 things that defined my actuarial journey, just to try to relate my journey with the lessons that I picked up from my journey. I don't have a presentation because this was about myself, so I thought, like, I know myself, I know the journey, I have my experiences, so I can just take you through my experiences. So there are 3 things, sorry, not 3, 6 things that I want to talk about that I learned through my journey. And one is brains. You know brains, when I say brains, right? Or smartness, or cleverness, etc. The second thing is hard work. The third thing is grit and consistency. The fourth thing is faith. Hallelujah. The fifth thing is luck. And the final thing is success. So, I'll start by busting a bubble. While it's to study actuarial, it requires brains. To be an actuary, somehow, I learned that through my journey, brains is just part of what is required, but it's not everything that is required. What am I trying to say? You can be smart, but you need more than just smartness or being clever or being the sharpest student in class to become an actuary. FYI, if I have to answer the first question of how long did it take me to finish my actuarial exams, I think there's a lady here who asked when. I began in 2009, and I think the last exam I did was around 2014. That is when I did my last exam. That should be approximately 5 years, right? Give or take, it should be about 5 years. So, the mistaken identity is people think you took 5 years to do actuarial, you are smart. What I learned that it wasn't about smartness. It's not about smartness alone that made me accomplish the journey within that given period. However, smartness was one of the components, but it wasn't the main component. Of course, I'm smart. Do I look like? Probably not. So, and that's where I bring in the other 2 items called hard work and grit. Now, through my journey, what I learned is smartness alone, or being clever. I'm trying to find the most common word that probably we can associate with, but let me just stick with smartness, will not really give you the actuarial, the actuary title that you might be looking for. You might need to have a few more other important characteristics that you will need to possess to be able to qualify. And along that, I learned two things that came out very clearly, and that was hard work, grit, and consistency. Why I say hard work, grit, and consistency is because if you are smart and you can't really, I'm trying to avoid using a condescending term here, but let me say this. Most of us, I was in a campus somewhere, and in most cases, and again, this is my experience, probably you have a different experience. I would stay out of the semester, the whole semester, and then around 3 weeks to exam, or 2 weeks to exam, I will study, and somehow I will pass the course. Anybody who has experienced that? Anybody who has experienced that? Is mine, but I just want to see if people can associate with that. Huh? So I'll just bum, and then a week to. I studied in Maseno University, and if you have been to Maseno, anybody from Maseno here? If you're in Maseno, there is a forest somewhere. So we will bum throughout the semester, and then a week to exam, you just, I can't say enclose yourself in the forest, but I would say engulf yourself in the forest, study, go through a few past papers, and then go sit my exam, and then I would pass miraculously. So if you feel me, or if you've gone through such an experience, now for the actuarial profession to become an actuary, it's a total different, requires a total different mindset to have. And what I learned is you will have to dedicate yourself day in, day out to do what? To ensure you pass an exam. The good thing is when you're doing your courses, I think, again, one of the things is if you look at the material you cover in school, in most cases, the material is normally broken down into progression, right? For example, you'll have introduction to financial mathematics, then financial mathematics, then advanced financial mathematics. So at least it gives you a bit of time and affordability to be lazy a bit, because if you're only doing introduction to financial mathematics, which was about 4 chapters, I think, because it was about future value. I can't remember well, but it wasn't as many chapters as when you're doing the financial mathematics from SOA, because it will have almost 12 chapters that you need to cover. You get the gist? So you wouldn't approach the same way you want to approach your course. So that's why I'm insisting here that you will not need brains alone, but you'll also need a bit of hard work to be able to go through your exams. Now, consistency comes in very importantly, given that in most cases, you will need to do the same thing over and over and over again. Why am I saying this? If I relate it to the smartness part, most of us are different, even in how we study. Me specifically, I have to read something about 4 times to understand. And I have a friend of mine who, when he reads through once, he's good to go. Have you seen such a thing? Now, as much as we have different people with different ability to understand and comprehend things, you find consistency comes in actuarial, whereby you will need to revise things over and over again. especially given the content of the courses you'll be doing, one more important thing is that for you to be able to complete all the coursework before even you attempt doing the questions, you will need to instill a bit of consistency into your culture. Meaning, if you decide, we all have 24-hour days, right? Or anybody has a 28-hour day. So essentially what I'm saying is you'll start doing actuarial, it will find you in your 24-hour day. And if it finds you in a 24-hour day, you will need to allocate time for actuarial. And if you allocate time for actuarial, then you will need to have discipline and what it requires to be able to do whatever you have asked yourself you'll be doing at that specific time. If it is revising or studying, etc. And a bit of sacrifice is needed because imagine if you are working, for those probably who are working, you'll be required to do that either early in the morning or late in the evening. Because in most cases, during the day, it will be a normal work day. This I know well because my late exams were done while I was working. I did about first 7 exams while at school, and then the last exams I was working. And those required me to wake up early in the morning, around 4, study probably up to 6. This is not mine. Study up to 6, and then go to work and repeat. And probably in the evening, also get home at around 8, study probably up to 11, sleep, wake up at 4, study up to 6, on repeat for around the next, I think it was about another 2 years or 3 years of doing so. So essentially, that's where consistency comes in. And then there is a word grit in my statement. I went to the Oxford Dictionary just to define the word grit, and it said the mental toughness, passion, and most importantly, perseverance to pursue long-term goals despite obstacles, which really defines what you'll require, or it really defined what I had to do in my journey to becoming an actuary. And if you look at the words that define grit, mental toughness, I'll tell you for sure it's not easy to wake up every day early in the morning. Assume your study time is at 4 a.m. You have to wake up 4 a.m. every day, study, and then go to work or go to class, or but there are other things you are doing. So you will need grit for sure. Then passion. I don't think you can do that for something that you are not passionate about. True or false? True. So if you don't have passion, then probably I'll just suggest it's not your cup of tea. And then most importantly, perseverance. Perseverance. And perseverance is a very critical thing here, in that you will persevere through the working through it, and also you'll persevere when the results are not as you expect. Because there'll always be a disappointment, somehow, right? So very, very important to persevere. And remember, if you don't have passion about it, then even perseverance won't be a substance in you. And it says, perseverance to pursue the goals despite obstacles, failures, and slow progress. So during my days, I think there were about, there were about 14 or 15 exams. I can't remember top of my head. And remember, you can only, I see currently they offer so many times during the year, but back then I think there were only twice or thrice throughout the year. So the progress is slow, and you are told the end results are great, but the progress is very slow. So you really need to have some kind of perseverance and self-control. Then I said something about luck, not luck, faith. I said something about faith. Remember I said brains and smartness, hard work, grit and consistency, and then faith. All of us here do not have unlimited resources to do what we would like to do, right? Essentially, you need to have some faith. If I ask nearly 70% of the people I meet, I ask them, what are you doing? I am a student. Okay, good. An actuarial student, that is. Are you studying for your exams? That's just normally the question I ask. Are you studying for your professional exams? What do you think is the most common answer I get? Anyone who can guess? Anyone who can guess? I don't have the resources, right? Then I ask myself, where is resources coming in with the studying? Essentially, in my journey, as I said, I'm talking about my journey, I will study for an exam even when I don't know where I will get the money to pay for the exam. And can I tell you something? Miraculously, somehow, I'll be able to pay for that exam just before the deadline. I don't know how, because if you ask me in hindsight, I really don't know how I will manage to do that. So again, that's why I brought in the word faith. You have to really have some faith in yourself or in some belief that of what you want to do. Because essentially, about 2 years ago, not 2 years ago, I was in a conference of students somewhere, and I asked someone, are you doing exams? And he told me he was studying for the exams. Then I said, like, cheers, good, continue studying for the exams. That was the end of the story between me and the person. I just encouraged him through what to do, what to look out for, what not to do, etc. Then I think this person had really studied, and when it came to paying for the exam, I got wind that the person was not able to sit for the exam, or he wasn't going to sit for the exam. And as fate has it, I had a few monies extra in my pocket. So I just decided to pay for the exam. And that is a true story. I think the person, I won't mention the name, but have some faith in whatever you do. You don't know where you'll get your next providence or who will pick you up. But again, as I always say, luck only comes to those who are prepared, right? The guy was ready to do for the exam, but he didn't have money. And somehow, we interacted. So I paid for the exam. So a bit of faith will do. Then a bit of luck is also essential. You can do everything, prepare well, do everything that you require to do, but still find the exam very tough. One of the toughest exam I ever did, I always tell people that I even didn't expect to pass. Essentially, when I was doing exams, actually, a bit of funny thing is, I will tell you whether I've passed or I have failed the exam when I leave the exam room. Now, in my whole around 14 to 15 exams, I only redid an exam once, and that was the ERM exam. I repeated the ERM exam. But the other exam that I knew I was gonna repeat was one that was called, it was called financial something. This one that has a lot of black skulls and whatever. What is it called? Financial economics. That is the exam that I knew for sure I was gonna repeat. So back then we used to do the exam at Jubilee House in town. And I used to live in Kangemi. So essentially, if you know Jubilee Insurance House, who knows Jubilee Insurance House? I had done all my good preparation, everything. Because remember, by the time I'm doing financial economics, which was about the 8th exam, I have done about 7 exams. And how I prepare for the exam is the same way, each and every exam. So I had given financial economics the justice that I needed to have given it. But when I go to the exam, I don't know what examiners thought. I didn't see, I saw, what do they call it? I saw dust. I don't know what happened. It was one of the most difficult exams I ever did in my journey to becoming an actuary. So now, when the funny story, this is the best part. If you want to know how it harassed me, when you leave the Jubilee Insurance House, you have to go to where number 23 are, which was Odeon. Who knows Odeon? However, I found myself behind KICC. And then I'm asking myself, what am I doing here? I was supposed to be at Odeon, taking my maths to Kangemi. That's when now I was like, okay, nimekubali, wacha tu nianze kusoma tena, intarudia. And now, you know, SOA, we have the computer-based and then we have the paper-based, right? So computer-based, you get the feel of the results immediately. You get the results. But now this one was a paper-based exam, whereby you have to wait for 6 weeks. I can tell you for sure, the 6 weeks I was restudying for the exam, because I knew definitely I'm going to do what? I'm going to repeat this exam. But after the 6 weeks, guess what? I passed the exam. I got a 6 on that exam. You know the pass mark for SOA, right? It's normally a 6, so I got a 6. I was just on the edge of passing it. There was no any other exam I had gotten less than an 8, essentially, before that. So, in my journey again, and that is me, I learned there's also a bit of luck, right? Because that one I don't know how I passed. It was just lucky. And all this, a bit of smartness, a bit of hard work, a bit of grit and consistency, a bit of faith, and a bit of luck are what gave me success in becoming an actuary. And probably if we went deep into my journey on even individual circumstances, one biggest lesson I've learned is that luck comes to those who are prepared. So never just think you will sit and say, can I be lucky to pass an exam? You wouldn't be lucky to pass an exam, but probably if you attempted the exam, you can be lucky to pass it, right? Yeah. Something else that I learned, and this is going deep into the preparation for an exam, is never walk into an exam feeling that you don't know anything. So I had a motto, and the motto was, been there, done that. And that will even include when I'm answering the questions. And that gives me another important point that I probably was about to forget. Most people here, when you go to an exam, and probably that's how you have been trained, you aim to get 100%. True or false? Okay. Now, why I'm saying this is most of us will get stuck on a single question, trying to answer it, when right from the beginning, you can read and know whether you can do it or you can't, right? So in my journey, one thing I've learned is been there, done that. And what that means is immediately I read a question. If it rings in my head that I've done such a question, I'll attempt it. If it doesn't ring anything, I'm blank, zero, I will skip it and move to the next. And by doing that, you can be able to mark for yourself even in an exam. You leave the exam room knowing exactly what the results will be. Am I going to pass or not? Because these questions that you are saying, been there, done that, probably it's an exam, a 30-question exam. If you find that out of the 30 questions, about 25 questions you are comfortable with, then for sure you'll be able to mark for yourself and say that definitely I'll pass this exam. Then to your last question, how much does an actuary earn? Very well. Very well. No, very well. What do you want? Your statisticians and actuaries. You want a mean, an average, a range. That's the problem with the statisticians and actuaries. They always look at mean, range. You will earn very well. Then I think I saw someone ask Zain a question. So what I know is most companies, once you enter the actuarial section, paying for exams and such like things become not your business, but the company's business, including material. Like where I work, I think we pay for everything. So what I can also say is increase your chance to get there. Now, can I tell you how I got my first job? So again, luck always comes to those who are prepared. So what happens is I'm from Maseno. I was graduating with around 6 exams. I think the 7th exam I did them while waiting to graduate. Then there was an advert at Jubilee Insurance. I've worked at Jubilee Insurance. I was their former head of actuarial for the longest, again, before moving to Old Mutual. So I entered Jubilee Insurance as not the head of actuarial, but what I saw was there was an actuarial job, a supervisory job, and I just applied. I didn't apply because I'll get it. No, actually I didn't apply, but I had been sending my CV to all across the insurance companies. And of course, what was in my CV was just a degree, and I've done 7 exams. That was all. My degree, my CV was just 1 pager. It wasn't anything fancy as it looks like now. But back then it was just a 1 pager. So when they were going through all the CVs they have that people applied for actuarial, it wasn't a job that I would fit because it was a supervisory job. I remember I'm coming from school, but I think there is one manager who spotted my CV and he said, hey, look here, this person has done 7 exams. And by then they were looking for a supervisor who had at least 4 exams. So they were looking for a supervisor in actuarial with a minimum of 4 exams. I had not applied for the job, but since I had sent my CV to the company, they just were able to spot the 7 exams in my CV. They didn't have a position for actuarial, but they told me, you just come, start doing claims and underwriting, just start learning about insurance. Within the year, we are sure some opportunity will open up. And that's how I landed my first job. So I think my first year was in claims and underwriting. That's what I did most of my first year. And sure enough, when the opportunity opened up in actuarial, I was taken there. Because by then, the only opportunity was in claims. So again, luck comes to those who are prepared. So someone asked me if there was connections, right? There was totally no connections. Totally. No connections. Totally no connections. Okay. About the salary, I think if you let me just put it this way. If you are an actuary in Kenya, no, that one I might send the wrong message to people. If you are looking through the journals, you will realize your salary is not really capped by a certain range or expectation. It is basically experience, your qualification. But what I know is even those who are towards qualification earn really well than most Kenyans, or what most average Kenyans earn. What is the average wage rate for Kenya? Who knows? Anybody who can guess the average wage rate for the country? I think it's about 50,000, right? Just around there or below. But I can tell you, even the beginner actually earns way, way, way above that 50,000. At least from where I work, I can say that. For your first job at school, don't ask for a million, only a million bob. I'll open up for any questions. So my key takeaways: hard work, great consistency, have some faith, a bit of luck, and you'll make it. Questions? Yes. A question there. Great. That's a good question. You need to have your guys, right? I wasn't alone. I worked in a group. And I'm happy to report that in that group, all of us are actuaries. So you can't walk alone. It's a journey that requires working with people of the same mind and focus. So don't walk alone. If you can, find a community. They normally say if you want to go far, go alone. Okay. Any other question? No questions? Yes, you. Yes, we do. She's also about interns and attaches. Yes, we do, but what you have to be recognized, what you have to realize is that there's also capacity limits. So we take about 2 or 3 interns or attaches. And I know someone else will ask me what are the requirements. Totally 0 requirements. It is a first come, first in basis. So before. So when you come, when there is opportunity, you just get in. There isn't any requirements. We shall ask you nothing else. Any question?
Hi, my name is Bridget Mariana from Machakos University. My question is, in your experience, how much does natural ability matter compared to structured training?
Sorry? I was looking for you.
Wow, guys.
How much does?
In your experience, how much does natural ability matter compared to structured training?
I would say 30-70. 30 to natural, 70 to structured, and ensuring you keep aligned with you keep consistency with whatever you're doing or whatever you want to get it done. Essentially, always remember, if someone is doing actuarial, those people are smart. True or false? They are smart, naturally gifted, right? So, but then, like in Kenya, we are not even past 200 mark actuaries. But how many university graduates are we getting out at the end of every year? Quite a number, right? But why are we not seeing the same converting to actuaries? And do you want to say all those guys coming from the universities are not naturally smart? They are naturally smart, right? They are. So you need a bit of a structured way of doing things and ensure you stick to it so that you go the full journey. Any other question?
Hi, my name is Tracy from JQuat. I just have a question. So you said something about working by faith. So for me,
yes.
I've attempted to do the SOA papers, and normally you need study materials, and we are grateful to people like architects who provide them. But I just wanted to ask you, what other study materials did you use?
Actually, you realize that in the current I will say currently I think guys
we used to use manuals when we could afford. And that also applies to the group. Since we were about 4 people doing the exam, those things are expensive. They are expensive. So in most cases, we will combine. We will ensure we are doing the same exam. We didn't have a choice. If you stay behind, because we have to share into the study. So in most cases, we will ensure we are doing the same exam so that when we buy that one manual, we can photocopy it across the 4 of us. We had like SM, we had government, but apart from that, I think one other guy who really impacted my life for free was a doctor called Ostarzewski. I don't know if he still exists. Back then he used to he was a doctor from Canada University. I can't remember which one. But he used to publish questions for free for students who are doing actuarial exams. So, and amazingly, he was so good that those were the questions that we used to see in exams. So we just used to ensure every day you have the great questions from Dr. Ostarzewski, you do them, you are good to go.
A daily dose. So I'll say study manuals, and on the issue of expense, get a group. Oh, right now I don't think it's possible, right? I don't know how right now is, but in my journey at least we could get a group, combine, buy materials, and share within ourselves. Are those enough questions? Or one more?
My name is Paul. From Stratton. My question is, you said that you started your exams in 2009. Which specific year were you in by then? Then, what can you say about AI? Are we supposed to, like, when doing those exams, can you use AI along, or like, just tell us? Yeah.
I think there's a problem with the AI until we saw recently the Institute of Accountants abolishing computer-based exams, right? Because I think there's a bit of an overuse of AI. I think my friend is trying to ask me when they join campus and when they finish, right? in short. Anyway, I graduated in 2011. So how many years ago? I don't know. About 14 years. No, not 14. 2025. Yeah, about 14 years. I was in third year when I started doing my first exam. I was actually going to third year because I was in the long holiday of second year and third year. I think I took that long holiday to attempt my first exam. Yeah. Okay.
Another question. My name is Masara from Kabarak University. I was asking, like, is there a way you people can liaise with our universities so that we are exempted like 5 papers like the other universities abroad? Yeah, it will be a good thing.
Okay.
Is it possible?
I would say the exemption route is not really about us who are sitting for the exam, but it's about just getting to encourage our universities to do what? To be accredited by the professional bodies. So I think Zain has said if the university is willing to work, for example, the small step, the quick win will be on the VEs. And I expected someone to ask me how did I do my VEs, but nobody asked me about that, right? But the quick wins will be to try work with the universities and the various faculties to get the accreditation from the VEs, and then from there they can see how they can upgrade going. I think that is it.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Benedict from Southeastern Kenya University. I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, looking back to your student days, what is one mistake that you see current actuarial students making? Number 2, beyond passing the examinations in school and both in SO exams, what is some of the skills that you can develop that will make us outstand in the field? Thank you.
Okay. That's a really good question. What are the mistakes I see people doing? And I'll talk towards the journey to becoming an actuary. I think the most mistake I see people doing is a lot of talk and no action. A lot of promise and nothing happening. Because I would say you will never become an actuary by telling me next year nataka nijaribu kamoja. You will never become an actuary by that statement. Then the most important skill set, I know people will say analytics, others will say computer, I don't know what, but again will be the ability for you to convert your knowledge that you have learned into the day work. I always tell people that when you come to work, you will never see an annuity formula. Never. Who knows an annuity formula? You will never see that annuity formula. Never in your life. But you'll be expected to do what the annuities does. So how do you convert that to real work?
And to answer you that, instead of really concentrating on the formulas, try also to understand how the cash flows are built to get to the formula. Because our annuity formula is just a summarized way of how the cash flows were moving. In most cases, when you're coming to the work environment, it is the first principles that apply. You will not see the formula, but you'll be expected to understand how the cash flows are coming, for example. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mutua Jafet, over here from Cooperative University. I just have a simple question. Actually, I need your advice. So imagine a first-year student or maybe a second-year student who wants to start his professional exams. How will you advise that, or what time will you advise that he or she should start the preparation? And yeah, how to balance all that with your coursework?
Okay. Start now. You're a first-year student. Start now. You have a lot of time. There's nothing much. Now people will say, how do I start now and I've not learned, right? There is someone in this room who will bear witness with me. I have a cousin who finished Form 4, and I gave him some questions from just the actuarial exams. The only thing I told him to do, I just asked him, apply your knowledge of geometric series and arithmetic series. I gave them about 30 questions, and they were able to answer 18 questions correctly. It was on financial mathematics. This is a Form 4 student. The only hint I gave him was apply arithmetic and geometric series, because that is learned in Form 4, right? Somewhere in high school. I think, I don't know which form, but they were able to get 18 out of about 30 questions. And this is someone from just high school. So why I'm telling you that story is you have no excuse to say you don't have the knowledge. Probably if you just think a bit deeper from what you have learned, you might be able to answer most questions. And with a little push, you'll be able to do the exam.
Joshua is in Fikia.
I think it's always very well to focus your life.
Because all we need, we need some continuity. That's what I'll tell you. So where do you want to focus your life? Do you want to come into the corporate world, or do you want to remain through the education line, right? So both of them are okay, just depending with where you want to focus. But if you're looking to come to the corporate world, then I'll say the actuarial exams will be better for you. Because even for your progression and your salaries and whatever, will be based on that. But if you want to remain in the academic line, then masters will be the most critical thing for you. And again, you can do a master's and do the actuarial exam still, right? So it's a choice of where you see yourself in the following years. Probably I can take just one more, right?
Okay, one more. My name is Cheche, KCA University, and my question goes,
if we speak about exemption, you don't recognize exemption. So what is the point of, okay, is it necessary to do the normal degree rather than just go straight to the actuarial papers? Because when we do the normal degree, it's still not recognized by you guys.
Well, so you just remember the story I've told you about my nephew, right? He's not doing actuarial exam. He's not doing actuarial degree, but we just decided for him to do the actuarial exam. So he's sitting for one actuarial exam. Now, I don't want to say you don't need the degree. I don't want to say that, because you need the degree. What I will say is do the exams and get the degree. But necessarily, you don't need the degree to do the exams. Have I confused you enough? Yeah, that's fine. If you just do the actuarial exams, you still become an actuary. Because becoming an actuary is not based on the degree. It's based on you doing the professional exams. So you still become an actuary, but I'll still recommend do the degree. Your journey to becoming an actuary will be much, much better than if you just jump to doing the exams. Great, I'm still around, so let's chat.
So thank you to Japheth. If you have any questions that you would like to ask him, he's still around. At this time, we have a break for a few minutes where we shall engage in a game to liven you guys up. Mnakaa a little bored. So I need 20 volunteers on stage, just 20, not many, 20. You come, don't raise your hand, come. Only 20. I would also like to see one of the lecturers, or maybe both, just 20 volunteers. And the genders should be represented equally, so nisione wanaume peke yake hapa mbele. Come. Some to my left, others to my right. Turn. Sioni ladies. Where are you ladies? Please. Kujeni. How many are these? We need 4. We need 4 more. We need 4 more. We need 3. Watatu. The game we are going to play, inaitwa, the name of the game, I think we are 20 now. We're 20.
Can I have 10 on this side? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we can create a separation there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi. Yes, you. Thank you for coming. Those are 20. So the name of the game is numbers game. I will issue each of the teams with the numbers 0 to 9. Then you'll find what happens. Okay, so what happens is I will give you a number. Let me give you some space. I will give you a number, and then please create a clear distinction of the two teams. Then you will have to arrange yourselves in the order of that number. If I say maybe 4, 5, 6, you should have 4, 5, 6, but they will be 10-digit numbers. So the first number is 5,802,147,396. 5,802,147,396. You guys are having problems. The number is 5 billion. Okay, we'll redo. This will count as something for you to learn from. So the number is 5,802,147,396. So the zero should be purple. Yep. So you display your numbers. Yes. Now it should be, this is 6 billion. It should be the other way. Yes. Okay, now we'll go to the next one. I hope you guys are alert. Ready? Is this, which team are you on? Okay. $7,391,058,264. 739105824. 791058264. Display your number. So none of you are getting this. None of you are getting this.
So guys, the game, it should be timed. So you should arrange yourselves in 45 seconds. So the next number we are going to give you 45 seconds. You should, and we are only repeating 2 times. So you are actuaries, you're mathematicians. Come on. Japheth, come on.
Okay, to the next one. I hope you've learned. 45 seconds. And I shall repeat only twice. No, I shall repeat once. Once. Yeah. 4,189,673,052. 4,189,673,052. 4,189,673,052. What is your name as a team? Okay. Team Alpha, wamechukua hiyo. Team Alpha has taken that. You need to be quick. You need to be quick. Team, what's your name? Okay, wamejiita Beta, so I'll call you Team Beta. So we'll move on to show. Also display your number. Your number should be visible to the audience, not to yourself, because you know the number. Display it. And that's it. Okay, to the next one. So you have 1 point, you have 0, because you're not counting the first 2. The next number, 4 billion, no, that's the one we did. 2,964,018,000, sorry. 2,964,018,735. 2,964,018,735. Don't move. See, don't move. Let me see. Nani ameshinda hii? $29,64,01. No. 29,64. None of you got it. 22,964,018,734. There should be a 0 between 4 and 1 because it's 18,000. So you both have 0 for this round. Okay, we'll go to the last one. We are going to the last one. If you win this, you close at a tie. If you win this, you're the champions. So 8,437,201,956. What? 8,437,201,956. We'll count this as a tie. Who got it first? Them. This. Okay, let me ask this one's Basi. Who got it first? You people seem to be biased to this side and this one's to this. Alpha. Okay, we'll have one last one. I will read it once and we will have 15 seconds to arrange ourselves. Yes, it is a tiebreaker. 9,073,146,825. Stop, don't move. Nine. None of you got it still. None of you got it. Because it's 9073. 9,073,000,000. Million. There's a zero between the 9 and the 7. So we'll do one more, and it will be nice if somebody gets it. Okay. Same conditions. I'll read it once. We'll have 15 seconds, and that will be it. 6,248,901,735. None of you got it still. Okay, let me see team beta. 6248901, yes. Yeah. So then it's a tie, but we'll close it at a tie. No one has been a winner today. We've had so many rounds, mmepata mbili. But we'll have another one like this one, hopefully. We can clap for them as they leave. Give me the program. Give me my phone. We should be concluding our break. If there are people outside, please ask them to come back in so that we can proceed. The good fellows around the ACTEX table, we'd like to resume our program. I would request that we pay attention to the proceedings on stage. We'll have time to be there later. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. We'll move on to the next bit of the program, which is a panel discussion, the hiring managers panel, building employability skills. We'll have Anthony Muturi, who is a fellow of the Society of Actuaries, as well as Anthony Kadima, a fellow of the Society of Actuaries also, and Martin Nyantika, who is the head of practice, general insurance at Kenbright Actuarial and Financial Services. And we'll have Japheth Indakwa as the moderator. Japheth, you can join us on stage. I'll hand over to you, Japheth, to moderate this panel discussion.
Good evening. Okay, good evening once again. I'm back here, but at least now I'm here with the hiring managers. Please don't ask me questions. These are the hiring managers. Those questions about work, whatever you had. I am flanked here with the right people. You will have to interact with them. But before we start our session, probably I'll want them to introduce themselves, say a word or two, and then I can dive into it straight up.
Hi, this evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Mituri, Group Actuary at ICA LAN Group, Fellow of Society of Actuaries, as you've been told, and of course, yes, a hiring manager as well too, but long-term experience, 6 years in Kenya now, and before that, about 15 years in the US. So kind of can share broadly what to look for. But one thing I'll tell you is that it's universal, the basics of what we're looking for. So as you listen in, you'll probably catch the common themes as to what to expect. And it's not as complicated as it might be. I think by any one of you being here is a potential candidate and you can make it in. So for me, that is, you've shown interest, and that becomes the first big step.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Kadima, the group head of Actuarial at Waika Insurance Group. It's a company based off Sierra, but has an office in Kenya, Zimbabwe, and a few other African countries. And I'm glad to be here. I'm a fellow of the Society of Actuaries. My working experience has been in Kenya for the last.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Nyantika, and I work with Kenbright Actuarial and Financial Services, head of actuarial practice. Yes, I have around over 10 years experience in the Kenyan, let's just say East African industry. I'm glad to be here today, and I just want to echo what Anthony has said, that by the mere fact that you are here already, that's a good indication that you're interested and you're already working towards moving from being students into the work environment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So to our students, I think this session, I want to put myself in your shoes, which I know I may not be able to fit, but I'll try. But I have a few questions here, or what I deem key questions that probably you will want to know, that I want to ask this panel that we have here. And our work is to hear what they say, their views. Probably we'll pick one or two things, or three things that can help you when you leave here. And our aim is to ensure that you're better than how you came. So my first question actually goes to Anthony Muturi, and it's a question that probably most of you have in your head. So let's see what Anthony has to say about this. Anthony, when you're hiring entry-level actuaries or actuarial talent, what are the top 3 skills that you go for?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. But top 3, I probably was to rank them. The first place, the first thing is organization. And even before I see you, I could be able to tell your organization. And that's going to come through the CV. Is it orderly? One page, no content, just put a lot of stuff or no stuff. So that becomes the first place I could tell a lot. And you'll be surprised at the amount of things that you could put in a CV. And it's not complicated things. As you've been told, this is entry level, you don't have any experience. So Anthony, what kind of experience do I have? But the mere fact that you're looking for a job, you're of a certain age, you've lived somewhere, you've lived with people, you've lived in a community, church, right? Mosque, somewhere else, you've been in school, you're a member of an actuarial body like the one here. What do you do for them? Okay, what do you do there? Okay, am I just a member? Maybe organize this event, put it on the CV. Explain what you did, what's the impact of what you did, and that becomes, the first thing you could tell, right? And can you be able to articulate what you've been able to do? So like I said, the first thing we see is a CV. Okay, and some of the things I see on the CV is I'm good at communication. I just need to see it. I don't need to read it. And the CV will tell me exactly that. So you have life experiences, might not be much, right? You've overcome challenges of some kind. You're doing something for someone else. So it'd be good that you can write that down. And something else, nowadays you have maybe things like AI, use them, right? To clean it up, to have it sit properly. Another thing you might also want to do is show it to someone else, right? If it comes and it doesn't look like it's been edited, misspellings, will I call you? No. I'll call somebody else who's taking care of those basic things. Show it to your parents. The fact that you're here in school, parents have done something. They have a lot of wisdom, and they could look at your CV and tell you something. Show it to your friends. Sometimes we think we're in competition with each other, so we don't show each other. But they learn something from me, I learn something from them. It's going to come through within the CV. So organization, writing, and you got tools today, so there's no excuse. Okay. The other thing I'm also looking for is passion. Okay, passion for something. Right? I'm passionate about a sport. I'm passionate about the mathematics, and I could show you my grades on that part, right? The others could not be good, but that one is good. Which means for me, the way I interpret that is to say, I'm looking for energy, and I could channel that energy into something else, and we get good produce from you. Okay? Some of the things you guys think we're looking for is actuarial experience, actuarial science things. We can teach you those things. Japheth was saying earlier about coming to show me a formula on annuities, right? That will teach you. We'll show you how we apply it, where, how we're looking for that. Another one is now when we get to the interview, very basic things. Come on time. Come prepared. I don't ask anything that is outside of your CV. If you put it there, I'm going to ask. I love baking. What do you love to bake? I get a blank look. You just wrote something on the CV for nothing. Okay? So just be present. I know nowadays we want all kinds of hairstyles and looks. Tone that down when you come, because you're going to face us. As you can see the way we look, you try to mirror us. So awareness of the environment. Thank you, guys.
Great, Anthony. Thank you for those insights. I was personally trying to write them down so that I don't forget. But I know you guys are very bright, so you get them at once. I told you I was that type of student who would go through items 4 times or 5 times. But I think what I've picked from Anthony's presentation is organization, communication, a keen eye to details. We don't want to see those there are cool annoying spelling mistakes in your CVs. Can you express yourself? Are you ready for, or were you prepared for the interview? I think those are my top picks that Anthony has said. Anthony, which one is the one gap that really pisses you off, probably you've seen in most CVs from students? That one single gap that you think it should be addressed, or you can put it out here so that the next guys who are sending those CVs do not repeat that.
All right. Yeah, if I was to pick one item is people putting demographic information, date of birth, age, doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you. There you have it. I think I'll move to the next question. I'm hoping you picked something and learned something. My next question is to Anthony. I would say someone asked me about a community. I think one of the people that was in my community when I was doing my actuarial exams, one of the guys I worked with was Anthony, so I know him very well. We started the first exam with him, and we went all through until the end. Mr. Anthony, my question to you is, would you walk us through your hiring process? Essentially, what we would like to see is, at which stage do you think you see a CV and you say, I'm going to interview this one, or this one, I'm not going to consider it? How do you screen the CVs? Because I know you get many CVs around. Do you normally have technical tests, or how do you filter out through the thousands and thousands of CVs to narrow down to a given candidate?
So our interview process starts with advert, like many others. Surprisingly, because we operate across Africa, we have to apply to advertise in every country we operate in. And the last time we had an opportunity, very few Kenyans applied. I don't know why. I thought we had more actual students here. But that's the first step, advertising and expecting people to send their CVs. So for entry-level positions, the issue is we get maybe 500 CVs. So the thing we do, which may not be fair to someone who has probably not done the exams, is we filter out, first of all, you start with filtering out people who maybe have a pass, because you want to use some sort of methodology. So you'll consider anyone with a second lower, second upper, or a first class. Then you ask yourself, how many of these CVs have exams? Surprisingly, that helps shift the number from maybe 500 to 50. Then from there, that's why we consider other items. So as an entry-level student, it's important to make sure you at least attempt an exam or do an exam, because it helps to have that in your CV. Then once you've done that, we probably interview out of the 500 people who applied, we'll probably just interview 20 people. The first stage is a screening stage where we just want to know who you are. We don't care too much about your technical abilities, we just care who you are. Sometimes it could be online and we're just looking for small things like if you're the one doing the interview, you'll be surprised. A lot of people get cut off at this stage because they have someone do the interview for them. You ask them to put on the CV, their cameras, and people start taking 4 minutes to do that. You sometimes use that to screen. Sometimes you ask someone, we're going to interview at midday. You call him at midday and he's in a bank somewhere, or he's at work, or he's in a matatu. So that's a sign that you're not serious because you're supposed to be interviewed and you're not there on time. So that's the first stage where we just doing a screening interview. And the second stage would then be where we now do a final interview, where we now ask you the hard questions. We look at your CV, we look at how many papers you've done, we ask you the things that why you want to be an actuary. So some of the things we look at this stage is your interpersonal skills, the insurance or the insurance. We'll ask you, we don't expect you to understand the technical details, but we expect you to know what is IFRS 17 in the insurance world. We'd expect you to know what an actuary does in an insurance company, the small stuff. We also expect you to know general knowledge. Then from that interview, it probably come down to maybe 5 people. And there is where then the choice is made based on an interview panel. So we'll have an interview panel and everyone will give their views, and the best person amongst the 5 as per the recommendation of the panel. So I could want one type of person, but the panel would have a finance person, an underwriter, an actuarial person, and maybe the hiring manager, but they may also see other things that I haven't seen. And then that's when an offer would be extended. Of course, because it's an entry-level job, the offer is not as negotiable, but that's generally how our interview process goes.
Thank you, Anthony. Probably just to add on what Anthony has said, and also picking from my experiences earlier on. Remember I told you we have 500s. Actually, you sent an interview, you sent a job for Actuarial, you receive about 500 plus CVs, right? And remember, in these 500 plus CVs, we only need probably 1 or 2 people. So what I want to laud from what Anthony has said is, how do you differentiate yourself from the 500 people that have sent their CVs? It is sad that probably somewhere last year, or was it the other year, we have seen people with placards saying they have done actuarial, they're looking for a job. In essence, when I think one of it happened when there was an opportunity that we were hiring, but we were already hand-tied. Like, how do we help you? So, as Anthony has said, probably at each step, just try and make yourself ready for it, differentiate yourself. The first step of just getting yourself into the interview, have you done something? Have you done an exam, etc.? The second step of just screening. Why did you apply for a job where the employer called you and told you on such and such a day we are having a small catch-up, and then you're in Matatu? It's not a good show. So just to increase your chances of trying to get success in the job market, then I think he has pointed out at really key issues that you need to consider.
Maybe one more thing to add, and I think Anthony had mentioned it, how you dress, how you look matters. So don't come for the interview in a pink shirt, like Jafet. He can go to the office today in a pink shirt, but wear white or blue. Don't have dreadlocks. I'm not going to hire an actual. I know it's not what you guys want to hear, but it matters in the corporate world. And it really is. So I think Kenyans are in the middle. South Africans tend to not care too much about how you dress. the West Africans care a lot how it looks. If you are going to an West African company, wear a suit, wear a white tie, don't have long hair, don't have dreadlocks unless you're a lady. So those are some of the things that make you get cut off from the interview even before you start the interview.
For crying out loud, I was trying to find a red one. Today is Valentine, or close to Valentine. So this was the closest thing I could get. So I'm trying just to be in the mix. Yeah, but what he's saying is very important, because remember, even if you're a Gen Z, most likely you're not going to be interviewed by a Gen Z, right? Culture, and in the panel you'll find people of different cultures. So just be aware. Don't be in a cocoon and say, oh, this is me. Be aware that you are dealing with people and you're not dealing with yourself. Great. Mr. Martin Nyantika, good to see you here.
See you as well.
My question to you, I just want you to tell me, beyond exams, what evidence what is that one thing you look at a person and you say this one is ready for the job market?
I would say there are a number of things. First of all, is what have you done so far beyond education? So have you done some internships? It doesn't have to be strictly in the actual field, but have you just done any internship? Because that inculcates in you the discipline of a work environment, dealing with team members, and also time management. Just the basic work environment requirements that should be able to get from internship. It doesn't necessarily have to be actuarial. Now, I know you might ask, what if I've not been able to get any internship? So there are other things you'd also do. Have you participated, for example, in any CSR activity? Are you a member of any club? By club, I mean it could be a sport, it could be like the Rotaract Club, something like that. Something that would be able to show that you know how to relate to people, and there is also a level of commitment and dedication in what you do. So that is one that I would look for. The next thing is communication, which I think has already been alluded to here. Communication is very key. So there are many aspects to that. So how do you communicate? How do you present yourself? Can you express yourself well? And there's also the aspect of how do you take feedback? Are you the type of person that would be given feedback and you get annoyed about it, or you do something about it? The next thing I would be looking for is confidence. But confidence does not just come from thin air. If somebody is confident, it shows they know their stuff. They have done their homework, and even if they don't know the technical aspect of it, it means they can be able to be taught, and they can research on things they don't know and find solutions and increase their knowledge. So those are just about the three things I'll be looking out for.
Thank you, Martin. And just to, again, loud Martin, because just trying to chip in with my thought on this. From my perspective,
what Martin has said about how they relate to people is critical, because in work, you will constantly be relating to people.
That you can't avoid. Most of us probably are coming from the era of where when you don't want to talk to people, you lock yourself in a bedroom and stay there the whole day, right? Probably. Unfortunately, for work to move, that cannot happen. So how you relate with people is a very key component, whereby it goes a long way even when you don't know something, but your relation and how you are able to navigate between people, you can unlock things to move. So, and that comes closely to what he has said also on communication and confidence. Because if your communication is poor or you low in confidence or self-esteem, then it's gonna be a very murky place to navigate. Have you ever seen, I don't know, Anthony, if you've ever seen an employee where you give work and then, it's fine if you have been given some assignment that you don't know. That's fine. Nobody knows everything. But the most disappointing part is when your boss has given you something and comes back in the evening to ask you, hey, Jen, how is the progress? And then finds out you have done nothing. That is now the most disappointing part about that situation. And that situation only arises when you are poor in relating with people, you are poor in confidence, and your communication is low. Okay.
Just probably to add on to that, you really reminded me about that, being inquisitive. If you don't know anything, just ask. Don't be ashamed about showing that you don't know something. That's how learning happens. If, for example, you just take an example from the way the children are born and they learn how to walk, they crawl and all that. If at any particular point they felt like, I see the adults walking, if I crawl, it's a bit shameful, so let me not even crawl. There won't be any progress. So whenever you find yourself in a situation where you don't know anything, or you don't know anything about what you've been assigned, or you don't know any aspect of it, just ask. And I think that's what Japheth has really pointed out. Ask, and it's only by asking that you'll now be able to learn and grow.
Allow me to add.
Yeah.
Something just came up to me that I think in this situation where Japheth just said you've been left all day and nothing shows up. What you tend to see, and especially for you guys, and I'm seeing some of that in the room also, unless you're using your phone to take notes, you wasted your time to come here just to be on your phone. I'm not sure if it's free Wi-Fi or not, but you see a lot of that. That is an indication that you're not present. You don't want to be there. You'd rather be somewhere else, Komtandao, and you're indicating something without actually saying it. And sooner or later, then people will take action and they'll deliver exactly what you're looking for. Okay.
Great. And just to add what Anthony has said, remember what he said there initially, that when he's hiring, he's not keen on, he knows you will learn at work. So if you're not kama haujitumi, then you will never learn and you will never get the job. After 3 months of probation, you will be shown the door. Understood? Now this is for all of you. I just want to see what they rate as the most important skill. Probably should have done a poll independently so that we see what is important. But the question would be, if you are given, if you are asked to design your employee, you are taken to a lab and be told, design the kind of Japheth you want, what will be your ranking, or what will you put in terms of skills? Which skills will you want Japheth to have? Tools, which one will be your most important tools that you'll want Japheth to have? And behaviors, which is the most important behavior you'll want Japheth to have? So I'll start, I don't know, where should I start? Who wants to start? Okay.
I can start. I think it's not as complicated when you really think about it. And it's some of what you've already had here on stage. And for me, my biggest one is presence.
presence.
Yeah. If your mind is not there, I can't do anything with you. Right? So you being present, you're paying attention, and for me, everything else follows because then you'll come on time, right? You will be there. You will be listening, and when I say something, you'll be asking and interacting with what I'm saying, right? Because you're present, your mind is not elsewhere. Yeah, I'll be giving you information, and you're asking questions, clarifying questions, so that then when you go and something is not clear, you'll be back again. That presence, without without a doubt. Are you excited to be there? Right? I have 3 people who've interned with us in the room, and I could tell you that's how we go. What I do is when they come and I say, I have a meeting with them and I say, hey, what we're going to do around here, we're going to teach you how to work. Okay, we're going to teach you how to work. Okay, show up on time, be present, and everything else will follow. If we teach you something, you go try to apply it. Another thing that has also come from stage is interacting with people. So what we do is we also say, hey, go to talk to everyone in the team. Get to know them, get to know what they're doing. If there's anything interesting there, ask them to show you more. So there's an element of interests that we talked about at the beginning as well. Interests, presence, be on time. Everything else we'll figure out as we go along.
On tools, what is your favorite tool of work?
On tools, I won't say any one. Of course, there is the Excel, right? But Excel can also be learned, right? Just like anything else. So that's why I kind of focus on the person being there. The tool, most of the time, actually, in our space, not too many people you'll come across might have touched Excel. Computers, maybe you're doing something else with computers, programming, and hopefully, lately, I think the schools are touching on Excel, they're touching on Pythons, and they like R. So a little bit of that. Over the years, I've seen that the tools are interchangeable. So you learn one, you're going to learn another one. I think what I'll not call a tool, but it's a curiosity. We teach you something, you go try to attempt to do it. For me, it's more of the tool of the mind, and the other tools change with time as well too. You go a few years, 10, 15 years, the Pythons, the AIs don't exist, but the mind is still there to grasp what it is that you have at that point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Kadima. Probably just tell us one skill. If you were to design your actuary, the one skill that you want the actuary to have.
The one skill I would want actually to have would be the ability to get along with people, because actuarial, most times when you're doing actuarial work, you're not only doing the work alone, you need to get data from finance, you need to get data from technical, and you need to figure out how to talk to people. And I've noticed that one person could go and ask for data, they are not given the data. Someone else goes and asks because maybe they have lunch with that finance person, they get the data. So your interpersonal skills, how you interact with people, how you, people call it politics, but it's those skills that make you get the job done. It's the skill that will get you the data, it's the skill that will allow people to forgive mistakes that you make, it's the skill that will allow you to explain your numbers, the skill that will allow you to deal with auditors. I would say your interpersonal skills, how you deal with other people.
Mr. Martin, for you, probably you tell us, if you get a raw actuary from school, how do you determine whether he's moving in the right direction or is stagnant? What are the telltale signs you'll pick from the person?
probably before I get to that, I don't know why you cut me off on the on the other topic.
Yeah, just chime in, please.
Yeah. So I think for me, the overarching quality, of, I don't know to call it skill or quality I would be looking for is the attitude, because I know the attitude will then even drive the presence that Anthony has talked about. It will make the person flexible, because when you have a positive attitude, you don't have to like what you're doing. You don't have to like the interactions that your work may force you to have, but somehow with a positive attitude, you'll sort of channel that and make something better out of every situation that you find yourself in. Oh, now to your question, how
do you measure progress, if I have to repeat?
Yeah, the one thing that would stand out is how interactive the person is and how inquisitive they are. And then from that interaction, you can be able to gauge from whatever inquisition they made with you or somebody else, and the response they got, have they been able to apply it well? Did they get it the first time? And do they still come back to ask for more clarification and broader ideas around what you've already discussed? So that interaction and the ability to be inquisitive is what will stand out for me.
Probably just if I had to also chime in on that, I think one way that I know you are progressing in the right direction is if you're in my section, you already know your key stakeholders in the section, like the teams you work with. Remember, not only working within Actuarial, you have finance, you have accounts, you have underwriting, you have claims, you have all these other departments plugging into Actuarial, working closely with them. So if you are in my section and after 90 days, I ask you, can you go and figure out what happened to this claim? And then you ask me, who should I go to? Then essentially you have not been doing your homework well. Your interaction and everything has not been happening well. But that's also to add on what they have said on what I would consider a critical skill for me, in addition to what they have said, is what I alluded to earlier on. Just the ability of you to get the information, there's getting the information, and then there's assimilating the information, processing and producing an output. It is that simple. You will get a lot of information. How do you do with that information, and what kind of output do you get? Essentially, what I'm trying to say is, I will not think for you. If you're in my department, I will not think for you. I'll always want to hear what you think about something. To put it simple, akunanga kitu ya mdosi amesema tufanye hivi. Ni nafikiria hii kitu inayokuja hivi na hivi ndio the right way to do. What do you think? Do you think that is the right direction? Then we discuss, agree, and move. But if you are just seated, you want us to think for you, then why did we employ you? You get? Yeah. Good. I think for me that is the end of my interactive section. Probably questions, or if you have any questions for the panelists, feel free.
Do you have any questions?
So probably this should be anything to do with job, workplace, getting that interview through, getting to work. How do you behave? They are here. They will try to give you tips into that.
My name is Nicola Tieno from Kenyatta University. My question goes to all of you. Maybe one of you has come across such a person. So they say if you participate in PDCs and you actually present a product and a research, it will help you to get a job. Or maybe if you go to an interview, some people say they were told to explain whichever product they presented or whichever research they did, yeah, and actually presented it. Does that matter?
Okay. Probably you can just take at least, we are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can take at least 4 questions and then I'll give the mics to each one to answer. Next question.
Hello, my name is Ivy Chung, a graduate from Cooperative University. I currently work at ICA Lion Life Assurance, and my question is specific to Anthony Kadima. When you mentioned your name, I did a quick run on LinkedIn and saw your work history. And right now you work at Wildcard Insurance, which is basically reinsurance. So then, and I think during my stalking session, I also saw that you've worked in Actab. I think Actab is more of consulting, whichever place it falls. And there's also Liberty and Heritage, which is now insurance. So then I would want to know, how was the transition like from insurance to reinsurance? And like, just how has your experience been in both sides of the industry? I know all of them are insurance in the long run, but one is insurance and the other is reinsurance. So how has your experience been and how was the transition like? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. One more question.
Thank you. I know you probably can't see me. I'm seated at the far end. So my name is James Wamwenge. I am here from Muranga University. So I have 2 questions. So the first one is, I heard you people talking about preparing a good CV, and I heard you saying that there are things you look at when you look at a CV, and then you say this is a good person or is maybe ready for the for the employment, and so on and so forth. I want to ask you, we are in an age where if I want to do a CV, I can just put it in ChatGPT or depend on any other AI tool, and I give it a task to prepare a very beautiful CV. So I want to know, how do you check that this person is actually, for example, a critical thinker or somebody who is creative in a certain regard, or how do you get to choose the best person and to know this actually is one who can actually do something as compared to just doing it? Because there are so many ways of doing it, but actually doing it is different. So that is one question. The second question is, I know that majority of the people here are students, and I've always wanted to get this question answered for me. I wanted to know, if you don't get that job as an actuary, or if you don't land that employment that you're looking for, what advice do you have for that student who is not able to get that employment, but they really need to be employed? I mean, everybody here is studying so that they can become something in future. So what can they do other than becoming actuaries and stuff? Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll just repeat the questions to my panelists so that.
One question, please.
No, let's answer this and then we take another one. Just hold on to that. So the first question was if PDC really helps one to get a job. I don't know. I can take it, but is there anyone? Okay.
I could take that one. PDC. I think what I said earlier is whatever you've done, okay, sweeping charge counts for me. And why I say that is everybody is bringing something unique to the presentation, and in this case, if your thing is a PDC presentation, again, it also aligns with the passion, right? If you're speaking of someone else's story, it's going to be very, very clear. It wasn't you who did that. And you don't come trying to fool anyone. You come to tell your story. The more authentic it is, the higher chance you have at making it in. So it's something that will show you're passionate about the product. How did you come up with the idea of the product? I could ask a simple question as that, what inspired you? And if you have nothing, then you made it up. Who did you do with it, with the presentation? How did you guys get together? How did you process through the idea? How did you refine the idea? I could ask you questions about that all day long. And that will be verifying, one, that you actually did it, it's authentic, and also trying to figure out, if I have you on the job, is product development something for you? How can I channel that into something that is useful for us? Where can you start? Because that's where you're naturally inclined to do a PDC presentation. So whatever you have, bring it. We can't hire everyone. Not everyone is going to fit within our organization, but amongst the 500 or so, we're looking for the person that fits. Not the most clever person, not the most smartest person, the best CV, the person that fits within our space. So present yourself as you are with what you have. That's what I'll say.
Just to add on what Anthony has said, he has said a very critical thing. We are looking for someone who fits in the organization. And remember, it's not about the PDC that you did, but we want to try and pick out the skills that you employed in that PDC that can help us make a judgment that you fit in this organization. What was your role in that PDC? What did you play? Probably you're looking at, are you a team player, for example, right? So there are specific skill sets or behaviors that we shall be able to pick from such projects. So bring them out and they'll help you make your case, and the hiring team can be able to now make a decision that this person fits. I think, Anthony, the question was directly to you.
Okay, so I started my career in consulting. In a nutshell, I was doing both life and general insurance consulting. Consulting life, as you start out, it's late nights and a lot of clients. You have clients you need to service. After a few years, I got the urge to move. So consulting is less in-depth, more blurred. So I wanted to go to a life. When I moved to a life company, someone told me, before you retire as an actuary, you need to make sure you work for a South African company. You will learn a lot. So I moved to Liberty, it's a South African company, and it was a good experience. Of course, I now moved from just being a high level actuary to going deep into the details and doing what maybe an actuary could consider fun stuff, calculating VNB, VIF, EV, all the technical stuff. And the South African companies really like that. I was with Liberty, I think, for 4 years, 3 years I've forgotten, and I got the urge to move to reinsurance. So reinsurance is a bit different. Reinsurance, first of all, is mostly GI, and you are reinsuring the bigger risk, so you're not dealing, there's less data, and it's more, you have a lot of judgment. So the move from Liberty to where I am currently, Waikali, was not that difficult, but I had to change my mindset. I had to think more about in terms of how do you set assumptions without data? How do you do things without sufficient information? And it's been 4 years and I'm enjoying it. So I think I started my career to learn all the sides of Actuarial, and now I think I'm settling into more general insurance, whether it's insurance or insurance. I think that is where I would probably now continue my career at. But again, it's helped me because it's Waika. We both have a life and general, so I handle both sides, but mostly general, 90%. Thank you.
There's a gentleman who asked about how we select CVs in this era of AI. Unfortunately, yeah, you can have the AI do your CV, but then when it comes to face-to-face interactions, how do you present that? Because now there's no AI, true or false. So there is a bit of the unfortunate bit where there are ways we try to ensure we filter out what we think is AI, but again, the success rate, we can't say it's 100%. One can filter through and you can get an AI CV that really impresses you, call the person for an interview, and then guess what? All the things that Anthony Muturi and Anthony Kadima have been saying here reflects on you. You are not the things that are on the CV. He asks you something about that CV and totally you can't give an explanation or explain yourself. This is where we say the rubber meets the road. So that should not really worry you, but be aware of such things. To Martin Nyantika, advice for the guys doing actuarial on what they can do.
Probably just to add on the CV question, I think AI would assist you in terms of sprucing up and just the design of your CV and all that, but the content of it should be as authentic as possible. So AI should just come in, if at all you need to use it, just to sort of help you put your CV in a neat way. Just the same function that a career coach would assist you, for example, to how to structure your CV and all that. But as to the content, it has to be authentic. Otherwise, as Japheth has said, you'll be exposed at some point. Okay. Now to your question about what should actuarial students do if they're not able to land an actual role or job. My advice would be, it doesn't have to be actuarial, especially for your first job. Do what you are able to get. No job experience goes to waste. You'll still learn some things even if you are in an industry that you don't want to work in or you're not hoping to work in. It will teach you things like teamwork, time management, just the work environment and how to deal with your colleagues and all that, and it never goes to waste. You'd be surprised that even as actuaries, in carrying out our roles, you still have to interact with many people from various fields. Like I'll give you an example. There's a time we were working on a wildlife compensation scheme that they wanted now to convert from a funding model to an insurance-based model. And you had to go to the field to do sort of like a public participation, interact with the locals and all that, with the chiefs. You get different perspectives. So experience, any work experience never goes to waste. Just do whatever job that you are able to find. Don't be choosy that if I don't get an actual role, I'm not going to work until I get the role that I want. Start with whatever is available and the one that you've been able to get. Then as you aim in future to move or pivot to an actual role, and the key point here is to use whatever you've learned in whatever field you'll find yourself in, and to apply it if the opportunity to work in an actual role comes around.
Thank you. One last set of questions, I think.
My name is Isaac Odiambo from University of Eldoret. I had a question, and my question was specifically on the modeling part. You find that most of the companies or most of the insurance industries, they use the old system of modeling, and some of us, we are being taught the new system of modeling techniques. So how should we go about this challenge?
Next question.
Only just one more. I'll take these two, this gentleman and the other one there.
Well, I'm Ngolo James from the University of Eldoret. And my question goes directly to probably all of you. Here comes two, let me call them actuarial students from different institutions. And from point of view, you people, you've been emphasizing on things to do with creativity and something to do with inquisitiveness. So here comes two students, one from a very known university and another student from, I don't know, but they used to call it village universities. Then you are the interviewee. Then other than other things held constant, then you are interviewing these two students, then apparently they tend to, they have the same skills that you people want. Are you people going to select these people? Like in simple terms, does the institutions from where a student learn matters?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Brian Momo from University of Nairobi, final year student. And I think one thing as an actuary I've been taught is that I need to think, thinking goes two ways, just as a coin, we have a head and a tail. And one thing I've noticed is you guys are more so focusing on being on the underside. Now, is there an idea of being overly prepared, like not prepared, but overly, I don't know the word, but I think you're getting me. I think you're mostly talking about low communication, low, the grades. But is there a point that you can say that this person is overly qualified? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
I have a simple one. It's about the market. How would you describe growth in the market? Is it
your name?
About, sorry, my name is Lucy from Kirinyaga. It's about growth in the market. How would you describe growth in the job market? Is it about clinging to one company where you've found value and purpose and you stick there and you choose to grow there, or is it about seeking different dimensions? Like you can put an instance of an attachee, like maybe you have had an attachment at a certain point. When you're looking for an internship, would you prefer going to the same place or like exploring different other places? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think we shall take this as the last set of questions. I will start with Isaac, who asked about old system, new system. I think his question was they're being taught about current stuff, but then you find this old stuff probably at the work of employment of the old systems. I don't know who can take this. I think the question was, how do you go around that?
Maybe if I understood you, you mean you get to the workplace and you get an old system or something?
Yes. Okay, how I understood the question is a gap between what they're being taught in school, and I'll want to remove like systems probably and use like languages, programming languages is a good example. And then you get to workplace and you find something else is being used. How do you bridge the gap?
I think for at entry level, I wouldn't care too much. As long as you have the skill, it doesn't really matter what system the company you move to uses, whether it's an actuarial system, whether they're using Excel. I think at entry level, just having a bit of knowledge on programming will help you. That skill is a bit more portable. I wouldn't worry too much about the modeling. You're not going to be given extremely complicated modeling. As Anthony said, you learn in the job. So I wouldn't be too worried. At entry level, whether you've used Prophet or the most sophisticated actuarial system, at that point it won't matter, because we understand these systems are not available to the normal student.
Just to add on what Anthony has said, also remember when you move across companies, you might find they're using different systems. So it shouldn't be really a concern. But what is good about the whole thing is once you have the knowledge, once you have the foundation, you find that most systems, they just tweaks here and there, but fundamentally they are based on the same thing. Anthony, James asked, in selection, does institution matter?
Institutions? Short answer is no. Nothing matters other than what is being presented in front of me. I think we do too much, I must say. And what I mean by too much, we are thinking the institution, we are thinking our names, we are thinking where we come from or what else, parents, background. No. You present yourself, like I said, as who you are, and come prepared, right? That's be your differentiator. You're bringing your story, not another story. Institutions, and the way I think is, any set of individuals, you're going to have top 10%, bottom 10%, and people in between. Pick any category of individuals, and you will have that. Okay, so even when students are coming to us, if you come from University X, are you in top 10% of University X? Are you bottom University X? And the same thing for University Y. So for me, I would say I'm agnostic to thinking that the background or anything else, and maybe it's just by where I've been, skill, self, preparedness. That's your differentiator, not names that you carry, whether institutions or any other.
Just to add what Anthony has said, and again, this is my personal experience, is that we just somehow find that some students expresses themselves much better than other students. It's nothing to do with the institution, but probably, for example, by the fact that you are in a fast-paced environment like Nairobi, you can express yourself better than student B, which is somehow a disadvantage. But if you all understand, the bottom line is, can you express yourself, then there isn't any advantage that anyone will have against you.
Maybe I do a quick addition. On the introduction, sometimes you're asked to introduce yourself. And sometimes because we think university is or something else is, we might say it or not say it. For me, I think you say everything, because with the audience you have, somebody is likely to connect with it. You don't know until you say it. So, and that might be your differentiator between you and someone else. So, present yourself as you are.
Martin, is there anything as overqualified? That was from Mumo.
I'd say personally, it doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yeah. The important thing is you're qualified.
Okay.
Yeah. If you think you're overqualified, and by what measure? What is the measurement of overqualification? But the important thing, the bottom line is you're qualified. It means you can do the job. That's what is important. Yeah.
I think I'll push this to Anthony Muturi, and probably Kadima can also support. What is your growth? What does growth look like in the market?
Yeah, and I think it was more growth around, do I start with the same company? Do I change companies? Something I learned a long time ago, and this is, you grow where you're planted. And the image that was shown to me was a tree growing on a staircase is still a tree, right? Still can grow to be a big tree on that same staircase. So what maybe the focus should be is what are the growth things to do within oneself. And I have someone, my father-in-law used to be a teacher, and he used to run a motto in school that says, better your best. Everyone is at a different level. Come up with a better version of yourself tomorrow than you are today, next year than you are today. That is growth, and it will do more for you than trying to be in the same place where it's not working and you're struggling. But just be better than whoever you are. If you have one exam, you get two exams. Two exams, you get three exams. At some point, all exams will be done, right? If you pick the SOA, sometimes we think too much. I4, SOA, CAS, pick one. That's where you're planted. You're here today. You're planted here today. You're planted in this university, whatever university, Muranga, Karatina, you name it, right? Cooperative, where we are today as our host. Thank you. Grow there, make it home, and just grow.
Yeah, I think what I would add is at the beginning of your career, don't always compare. Over the long term, as long as you keep working hard and as long as you have some element of luck, you'll all end up fine. But at the beginning, someone will get a job in 1 year, someone else in 2 weeks. So if you keep comparing yourself to your peers, you'll be depressed. But over the long term, it will all work out. So we understand the economy we're in. So not all of you will grow at the same pace. Some people will be analysts this year, 2 years later they're assistant manager, inside for the entry-level job. So I'm the only actually in the Kenyan office, but about 10 studied actuarial and now underwriters.
Thank you, everyone.
Probably I can just add.
Oh, okay.
About growth. I would like to say growth, you should view growth from a personal perspective.
Yeah.
Not comparison to your peers. View growth as, am I better than I was yesterday? And if you are to look outside, then look at it from a point of, I need to improve, for example, to have a certain skill, probably that my mentor has, or I need to develop a particular quality that I've seen somebody who I look up to as opposed to comparing yourself to others. So just make it personal. Aim to be better than you are yesterday, if that's possible, but a shorter period of time. But that's how I view growth. Just keep on improving and keep on bettering yourself, skill-wise, quality-wise, and stuff like that.
Thank you. I think that is the end from us. And as I said, at least I'm happy I have my buddy here, seated here together, all of us qualified. So get a buddy that you are walking towards the same direction. We spend most of our long holidays together with Anthony. And the funny thing, we are not from the same university. Thank you.
Just a moment, before you leave the stage, we would like to give you your gifts now. To gift our panelists, I would like to invite Zain. We can applaud him as he receives his gift. Thank you. That was Jafar. We can have Anthony Muturi. Muturi.
Hi, how are you? Good. How you say thank you for repeating.
We can have the other Anthony Kadima.
Hi, Anthony. Good to see you.
And lastly, Mr. Nyantika. Thank you for that panel discussion. For the next bit of the program, it's also a panel discussion. Exam preparedness. Exam preparedness, student testimonials and lessons learned on the SOA pathway. For this discussion, we'll have Edmond Ochola, Senior Actuarial Specialist, as the moderator, and we'll have Victor Mwendwa, who is a candidate, Collins Aseka, who is also a candidate, and Hamlin Karani. Victor, Collins, and Hamlin, you could join me here, please.
Thank you, everyone. You can have your seat. My name is Edmund. As introduced, I'm currently serving as an actuarial specialist. I work with Jafet Indakwa at Olmucho, specifically in the GI side of things. I'm also pursuing my actuarial exams, preparing to write for the FAP by the Society of Actuaries. I'll allow my colleagues to also introduce themselves, starting with Victor.
Hi everyone. My name is Victor Mwenda. I'm a recent graduate from the Multimedia University of Kenya. Yeah, so far I've attempted 2 exams with the Society of Actuaries, that is exam P and exam SRM. Although, yeah, preparing to recite for exam SRM. Yeah, so I've had the opportunity to intern with 2 companies so far, that is KCB and Britam, and currently I'm looking for a full-time role. Thank you all.
Good evening. My name is Amlin Kirisia Karani. Currently, I'm an underwriter at NCBA Insurance for AIG Kenya. I've passed exam FM. I'm currently preparing for exam P.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Gordon Paseka. I'm a student at UON. Currently, I've done FM and P. I passed them both, and I'm preparing to sit my third. Sorry, I'm preparing to sit my third exam, that is exam FAM this year. Yeah, I'm a final year student at UN.
Thank you. So in this session, we're going to look at our personal testimonials as well as how you can prepare for your exam from a very practical perspective. So I'll just start with the first question. What made you choose SOA, Society of Actuaries? And I know you probably interacted with colleagues who in other parts. So what do you think makes SOA different from the other parts?
So for me, I was really sure that I was gonna pursue actuarial exams, but I wasn't really sure between SOA and FOA. So I did a lot of research. I went to the SOA website. I looked at their exam syllabus, and I kind of liked the way their exams are structured. For example, like you get to deal with specific subjects such as if it's probability, it's just probability. If it's financial mathematics, it's just financial mathematics. And then another thing is the frequency of the exams that are offered. Yeah, for preliminary exams such as exam P and FM, they are usually offered up to six times in a year, and then for like the more advanced exams up to 3 times in a year. And then also like you don't get to pay student membership fee. Yeah, I think that's something that really interested me to pursue this SOA pathway. And also another thing is you get a lot of discounts, especially when you are paying for your exam, so they are not that expensive compared to other institutions. Yeah.
For me, the reason why I selected SOA pathway, for starters, was the fact that you can do the same exam 6 times a year, and then the fact that how the exams are passed. I know majority of you may consider it thinking because it's multiple choices, the CBT way of doing it. It's not as easy as it looks like, but just the fact that you have the chance to do the questions in a computer phase. And also the fact that I would say it's kind of affordable. Although having now gone through the journey, having done FM, it's not as cheap as it looks. Because for SOA, you have to have access to the right material, which you have to buy, and that is a bit expensive. And then now you have to pay for the exam. And also I was just looking for an institution that is rigorous and it is internationally recognized.
So for me, my view would be somewhat narrow-minded because I wanted to start doing exams when I was in second year. So I started doing my research on IFOA and comparing CM1 to Exam FM. And Exam FM was slightly cheaper given the discount. At the time it was $250. So looking at the discount, I would pay around $208 at the time. And then, so I decided to go for SOA. Then scrolling through LinkedIn, I see a post by the Actuarial Academy of East Africa. And they had actually a scholarship program for Exam FM. So it was actually thought now I'm actually doing the right thing, going into FM and doing the SOA pathway. Yeah. So for me, it was basically a matter of costs while starting, because I knew going forward, I'd probably get a company and they'll start paying for the exams. So I was just looking at the costs while starting. So there are no membership fees. That was a plus. So yeah, membership fees, there are no membership fees in SOA, and also starting over SOA exams are slightly cheaper. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think what talked about is basically on cost. I think you've also touched on like ability of the material, probably compared to what you'd studied. Looking at exam P is basically exam P. FM is FM, what you probably studied. And yeah, the number of times you get to do the exam. So you pretty much have 6 opportunities in a year in case one doesn't work out. But also it's important to use those opportunities well, because the rigor of preparedness is way more important than the frequency of doing it, yeah? So you want to give it a shot and give it the best shot, and not necessarily how often you do it, but also how often you do is a plus. Thank you. My next question is, you tell us what exam you're currently doing or you just did, and how was your preparation process? For example, if you just capture a week, how would you say a week of that preparation was?
Oh yeah, let me talk about exam P, that is probability. So like, how do you prepare for some of these exams? I would really advise you, you can take out your phone and you just do a Google search. Just search, okay, maybe you're interested in exam P. Just do a Google search of exam P syllabus. And like, you'll get a PDF that has a lot of content. Like, it will tell you the type of exam it is. Is it a computer-based exam or is it a paper-based exam? You'll get like, how many hours will you be doing, or how long does the exam take? And then you'll get also like the syllabus. What are you expected to like? What are you expected to learn before you sit for the exam? You will also, like, I know most of you are used to like things such as exam, the actuarial tables. Yeah, like you won't get to go with actuarial tables in the exam. So all that information is usually given in the, like, in that PDF, that the exam syllabus PDF. Like, it will tell you these are the tables that you'll need. They'll just be provided as a soft copy. And then also, like, there is a guide, like you'll get like a link to past exam questions and their answers. So basically for me in a week, so like I prepared myself, I think, yeah, in 4 months. The first month was basically going through the syllabus, making sure that you can use making sure that I've understood all the concepts that are tested or will be tested. And then for like the other 3 months, I majored on doing practice questions. So like doing questions. I know as you start, you'll get that there are questions that are really hard, but as you continue doing them, like you'll get like they are becoming easier. So like prioritize first on learning all the concepts, and then second you can go and do the practice questions or maybe the past exam questions.
I think the explanation is too long. Do you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, so the question was what exam you were preparing for or you just prepared for and sat for? And also what is your exam study process like? You're using, for example, a week is used like the whole period you're preparing for the exam. Yeah, how would you describe it?
Currently, I'm preparing for exam P. So first, get access to the right material. So lucky for you, right now you have ACTAX. You can reach out to them and get to know how you'll get access to their material. If you can't afford ACTAX, TIA is very generous right now. They're offering free materials for exam P and FM. And we also have coaching actuaries. Coaching actuaries operates the same as ACTAX. So you have to like pay a certain fee, and then you're given access. So first, get the right material, and then from there, depending on how you've paced yourself, if you've given yourself like 4 or 6 months at least, So the first month you can use it to read the content. So make sure in the first month you're done with the content. And like for exam P, we only have 4 units. So you can pace yourself, and if you're very consistent, like what you've been told, in 1 month you should be done with the material. And then now the other 3 months, you're spending it doing practice. I believe 1,000 repetition creates mastery. So when you do the questions over and you're doing a number of them, the beauty of it, if still you can't afford the ACTEX material, so assume you're using the TIA, or if you're using any other material, SOA website, they have access to like 1,000 questions, and they're free, so you can access them and practice with those ones. So in 1 week 2 exam, at this point, I think I should be simulating real exam conditions. So in this case, I'm like pacing myself in an actuarial exam. So you try to do a sample exam. Thanks to the SOA website, also you can access exam samples. So you do a real exam, try to pace yourself. So for me, what works, actually my journey is it's very funny. I did exam FM 4 times. So that means I failed 3 times and I passed it on the 4th attempt. So my first attempt was in June 2024 when I was just starting out. I didn't understand the weight of SOA exam. So I just thought, as long as you read the material, just the same way we are taught in campus, like what Jafet was saying, in campus you can read 1 week to exam. So I did the same practice with exam FM in 2024 June. So just went through the materials and I registered for the exam and I went to sit for it. I didn't get anything out of it. It was a total fail. I think I got a 3. A 3 is like 30%. And then now the second time, so the second time I bought the ACTEX material. Okay, at this point I already had the material, even the ACTEX at the first time. So now I made use of the goal phase of the ACTEX materials. The goal gives you access to the questions, videos, and it paces yourself. And even with the team you're going to sit for the exam, you can tell what level you are in. You can't go into an exam when your ACTEX website is reading like a 3, an and level of 3. I think you're very confident when you're in like level 7 or level 6 thereabout. That way you will know that you're able to tackle real exam questions. So, so that was my second attempt in December 2024. So at this point, I knew I'm supposed to read, I'm supposed to do the questions, and then now go sit for the exam. But again, I failed. Not that I didn't prepare, I prepared, but I didn't prepare enough. And one thing with SOA doesn't respect your intelligence. Doesn't care how smart you are. Are you precise? SOA doesn't care about your thought process for the CBT exams. No one cares how you wrote the formulas, try to solve them. They're only interested in your final answer. And you have to be very precise, because out of the 5 multiple choices, at least 3 of them are what you will get in your work process. So you have to be very precise to solve the question to the end and get the right answer. So with my second attempt, at this point I didn't figure that part. And then now I sat for it again in April 2025. Now at this point, so when you get your transcript, you have the sections and it will tell you if you performed very well, low, or so. For FM, we have annuities, the basic concepts. And then we have the immunizations. It's like 5 sections. So it will tell you like this part was a high. So a high means you really understood the concepts in that section. And then a low, it's like you barely understood anything. And then a medium, you're in there. So now in December when I got the transcript, so in December, I prepared very well, only that I didn't cover the full course material. You know those concepts that you just read and you're like, this is an easy topic, I don't have to do it over and over, so you don't put much time to it, you focus on the other. So that is what happened. And then going to the exam, you find like majority of the questions are from that section. So in April, again, I failed. So at this point, you're even questioning if you're really cut out for this. You're questioning like, Should they still go the SOA path, or should they try FOA? Should they try as HATI? Like for me right now, I'm in underwriting. Should I try now doing the Chartered Institute for insurance, or like? So it really narrows down to your purpose, what you want, and your long-term goals. So I had to now to sit again. So this was in April. And you see in all these 3 items, you will note a difference in how I prepare. I sat for the exam in June. The next time I'm sitting, it's in December. Yet I could have sat for it in August. I could have sat for it in October. So the time difference I give myself, you know, when you look at it right now, it's June. I'll sit for it in December. You're like, I have enough. I have plenty of time at this point. But in reality, you don't. So if you fail an exam, just sit for it the next attempt. Because at this point, you're not starting from scratch. You're just speaking from where your weak areas. So for the question is what you should be doing when you're nearing your exam. So prepare enough. 1 month to exam. At this point, don't focus on theory. Focus on practice. Focus on improving your time in the exam. For the CPT exams, P and FM, you have 3 hours to do the exam. FM is 2.5 hours. So the first 1 hour here, you talk with the questions that are very simple. The questions that you can just read and figure them out there. And then there's some questions that you can read, you can figure them out, but it will take you a lot of time, maybe more than 5 or 6 minutes. So those questions, you can flag them. The beauty when you're sitting for those exams, you can skip and come to that question when you're done. So you can flag them. So by the time you're getting to number 30, you'll know like I have like 15 flagged questions. So these questions, you can solve them. It's not like you don't have an idea. You can solve them, but will require more time. So you go back and solve them. And then now the last 30 minutes, these are now the Pele questions. These are the questions that are very hard. Most likely you know nothing about them. You know, you can't go into an exam and you seriously know nothing about them. But these are the questions that you can, but you can't entirely figure them to the end. So by the time you're done with your 2 hours with your flagged and straight questions, at this point you should have bagged at least your 21 questions. And 21, that's a pass guarantee. So you're left with about 9 questions. But again, by the time you're now nearing about your 30 minutes of the exam, make sure you solve about 25 just to increase your pass score. And then now the others, here you can, it's multiple choices, so you can either gamble or, I don't know, try to figure that question out to the end. So yeah.
So I guess for me, the exams that I've done recently are P and FM, and I'd say how I prepared for them. Oh, funny story, when I was starting in SOA, I had a story of someone who was actually pretty smart, so I'd say I'm pretty sure most of everyone here has done KCSE, so indexing took 500, going into uni gets a first class, and the person tells me he's done FM a couple number of times before passing. So I figured that SOA exams might not be as easy as they sounded, so going into it I knew it was hard. So I sort of figured compiling success stories from people, hearing from different views of people who have passed, and test out their methods and probably see what works out for me. And I won't really say there's a definite study method that you can use and pass, because everyone's different. So you just have to figure out what works for you, and sadly you have to test it out in the exam room and see if it will work, because if you fail, you just know it didn't work. So yeah, yes, that's it.
Thank you. I think just to sum it up, it's all about repetition, practicing. I think Japheth talked of something very important. Been there, done it. You should have done those questions so many times. The minute you see a question in exam, you basically know what it's asking for. So that speaks of the rigor and I'm really happy that you've shared a story of your scars in the process, because at times people don't talk of it, and so people don't basically pick it and learn. So I think repetition, doing the simulated exams, very important. And yeah, just keeping to it and being true to yourself, getting feedback as you do the practice. Yeah. So my next question, you've talked about a couple of things that you did to pass your exam. What would you say was that one thing that really shifted the goal, like really tipped the passing scale?
Okay, for me, I will say is doing practice questions. So like, I'll give an example of exam P. Okay, by the time I was sitting for my exam, if you could like go to that online PDF that has past questions, they were like up to 627 questions. So like, I said to myself that I'll do from question 627 to question 300. That's about 327 questions. And of course, you'll get questions that are really easy. So, and you'll get questions that are really hard. You can flag the questions that are hard and then you come to look at them later. So like, do very many practice questions. Because one thing that I noticed about exam P is that the examiner has very many ways of testing just one concept. Like, let's say, like, they won't test a concept like using only one method. Like, there are very many ways. Like, when you look at that PDF, that the exam syllabus, you'll see that the examiner recommends about like 6 different textbooks, and maybe each textbook has maybe, let's say, three ways of testing a question. So like, you may end up with like more than 15 ways of like testing just one question. So like, you really have to expose yourself to very many questions for you to get a concept. For you to really understand the concept. And then the other thing is, don't ignore a concept. Like, you'll get like some of the questions are nested. By nested, I mean like it grabs a concept from this topic and then grabs a concept from another topic, and then like from around let's say 3 topics, and then like they will compile that into like one question and then ask it. So like, don't ignore. Like, while I was preparing, like when I was going through the past questions, there were questions that I was getting them, like they were very easy, and I was like, I really wish that these questions will be brought, but to be honest, like I even didn't see those questions. So like, don't focus only on the questions that you are seeing that like they are really easy. Like, go for everything. Even if you get a really hard question, like don't skip anything. Yeah, I'll like only those 2. Like, do as many practice questions as possible, and then number 2, don't ignore anything. Yeah, don't only focus on the simple things and then you leave out the hard things. Yeah, I guess that is it for me.
For me, it's consistency that changed the whole process. Showing up every day, even on the days that you don't feel like it. You know, motivation is very unreliable. Today you're motivated, and then the minute you decide to slide, so on Monday you're motivated, Tuesday you decided to sleep, chances are on Wednesday you'll be feeling sleepy than even reading. So just showing up consistently, and whether you feel like it or not, just do it. You can even tell yourself, I'll just be here for the next 30 minutes. Do 2 questions and close that laptop. You'll surprise yourself that you'll end up doing way more than what you had intended to. And also, when you're doing the practice questions, as much as we're telling you to do plenty of them, but focus on the questions that you failed. Get to understand why you failed. You will notice a pattern. Most cases, just your small mistakes, or maybe you read a question but you didn't read it correctly. So yeah, focus on your mistakes and be consistent.
Okay, so for me, I'd say specifically because I struggled with P, I figured that mostly exams usually test about how you think more than what you know, because you might find yourself doing a lot of questions, but going into the exam room, you are clueless on most questions, yet you have done a lot. So while practicing, you kind of create metrics for yourself. How's your thinking capacity? How you work well under time pressure? And these are the metrics I think, personally for me, it works. So improving on such metrics, because for B, I had done very many questions on my first attempt, but unfortunately, going into the exam room, I'm finding I can't answer most of the questions, and it's consecutively. Like, you find from question 10 to probably 15, I'm starting from somewhere, I get stuck, go to the next question. That kind of ruins your mentality going forward, and you find yourself even not being able to think in the easy questions. So improving your mentality mostly while practicing is, I think, something that someone should really focus on, because you might do a lot of things, but if you're not really prepared mentally to, some people are really perfectionists, so they usually like going question step by step. But if you improve on how you go about things, probably start with answering easy questions, and it just doesn't happen easily or naturally, because while practicing, you might be doing quizzes and you get a lot of low marks. For example, me, while practicing, I do only 10 questions. So, for example, in P, sometimes I used to get like a 2 out of 10 in like my quizzes, and like it was really demoralizing. But that's what that's something that actually helps, because going into the exam room, you know what you're up against, and you're prepared mentally to face that kind of scenario. So practicing not to be demoralized is actually such a good thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Collins. I think the last point you mentioned, doing practice also teaches you to just be able to face new questions and go through them, if I can put it that way, where you probably start an exam. Imagine the actual exam. You look at a couple of first few questions, you don't know anything. If you've done practice in exam kind of timed scenario, you will just know you can still pass the exam, even if the first few are not as appealing, if I can use that word. So practicing exam is very important. So the next set of the next question I would ask you is, what would you tell someone who is currently preparing for their first exam? And also, if on a retrospect, what would you tell yourself the first time you started doing the exams?
Okay, for someone who is preparing for their first exam, okay, there are two preliminary exams, so that is exam FM and exam P. I will tell you, like choose wisely. Like, okay, when I started preparing for the exams, I started preparing for exam FM, but I kind of sikupenda. I didn't like the concept there. So I shifted to exam P. When I shifted to exam P, there is a way, I found out that I really love the concepts that were being taught and the type of questions that were being asked. So first of all, deciding on which exam to start with is usually very major. As I've told you, just do a simple Google search, search for their syllabus, look at the items that you've been taught, and then try to read the concept, and then see which exam you really go along with. And then practice questions, and that's it.
For me, I will do research, make sure SOA is the path you want, or institute, choose the path wisely. Because the minute you start, chances are if you're in 2-3 exams, you can't go to the other. So choose wisely the path you want and understand that path. And also with the team you're deciding to sit for your first exam, know that this is something you're going to do for the next 5 or 10 years, depending on how long it will take you to be a fully qualified actuary. So do your research and understand your path. Also understand yourself. Understand what works for you. Are you passionate about this? Is this what you really want? And also be ready to put in the work.
So what I'd say is probably start with something that you are more familiar with if you're more of a statistics person, because P and FM are the ones that you're mostly gonna start with. I mean, you can start with any other, but those are the most common ones. So I'd say you start with something you're most familiar with. If you're someone who likes the movement of cash flows and interest rate, I'd say FM is the best option. If you're more of a statistics and probability person, I'd say B is the best option. And even though you're going to do them eventually, both of them, I figured maybe your first is something you'd want to be, not to be demoralized, you'd want to keep up the momentum going. So I'd say first start with something you're very familiar with. And I'd say the second thing is probably not to underestimate the exams, because if you go in underestimating the SOA exams, I think most probably your chances of passing are gonna be less than 0.5, give or take. So if you go in there and probably do a lot of practice questions, because in these preliminary exams, it doesn't matter what you use to read. You can read using any material as long as you understand the content, but practicing it is what helps you keep going and eventually pass the exam. Yeah.
Thank you. To sum it up, start where you are, do practice. You have something?
Yeah, so maybe something else that I can add, like there is a company that usually provide free materials for like your first 2 exams, that is exam P and FM. It's known as the Infinite Actuary. You can just do a Google search and then sign up for the programs, the Infinite Actuary. Yeah, like you'll get free course materials, free videos, free practice exams. Yeah, maybe that's another thing that I would add.
Right now you guys are very advantaged because you can access the free materials on the Infinity Actuary, and then the Society of Actuaries right now offering discounts. So last year when you were doing the exams you were paying $240. Right now you're paying $165. So you can start now.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I think also just taking advantage of what's around us. We now have Arctics with us here. Also, get to engage them, get to know what they offer. It is through that you get to get some probably discount that ideally you wouldn't have known about. And yeah, also SOA has some free questions you can look into, start practicing. There's something very important Japheth talked about, faith. Faith is the substance, okay, I've forgotten my theory, but basically knowing that the provision will come. What I can do now is to start doing the practice exam. There is a certain power to that. You start where you are, the bridge will come through later. So if you wait for the money to come, you will find yourself, you've already graduated, but if you start preparing, somehow you might meet a Japheth somewhere. I hope he's still offering the sponsorship. And it might come through for you. But what I'm talking about is just starting where you are. You're currently in uni, you probably don't have so much going around, finish classes. If you can remember, I used to have, my classes used to be in 3 days, then I used to have 2 days free. So you can imagine, make use of that. So in a day, in a week, you have probably 7 minus 3 is 4, right? You have 4 days for just practicing if that's what you need, right? So that's another advantage that someone probably working has the money might not have, right? So make use of that. I can tell you when you start working, it becomes trickier because you have a report to give, you have your life to live, and you have exam to balance off. So if you can take advantage of when you're in school to start the exam, it really be beneficial for you. At this point, I'm going to open it up for questions. Yes. So we'll take probably a round of questions, then answer them, then see if there are others.
Questions? Especially from this side, you haven't asked any questions. Do you have no questions?
Hi. Oh, my name is Joy from the Cooperative. I have a question. Have you done the diploma in insurance?
Yeah, I've done the College of Insurance.
And this one called COP? COP?
No, COP is a subsection of the diploma. So if you want to be an insurance agent or a brokerage, you can just do the COP and end at that. But if you want to do now the proper underwriting claims and all that, you have to do the full diploma.
Another question?
Hi, I'm Nathaniel from Moranga. I was asking if these exams, are they done on a specific time of the year or they're just done in, let's say, if they are done in February, it's February. If they are done in September, it's September, or just any month, 6 times. Yeah.
So it's alternating. So for P you do it in the odd months of the year, and FM you do it in the even months of the year.
Another question? Probably the last one. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your attention.
Before you leave, we'd also like to give you your gifts. A group photo before the gift. We'll have Zain to again gift our panelists.
Yo. Hello. Yo. Thank you. Good job. Well done.
Thank you, Zain, and also to many thanks to our panelists. Just a moment. So for the next bit of the program, we'll have I will introduce Nia to guide us through this next part. It will be interesting. It's like a game. You've played games before, but there are things at stake. You will be informed what kind of things are at stake. They're very good things.
Hi everyone, how's it going? I know you all might seem a little bit tired. It's been back-to-back sessions. Is everyone doing okay? Are you guys excited for the game? This is for the scholarship. Yeah? No? Kind of? Okay. So we're gonna do Kahoot. Has anybody played Kahoot before? Just a raise of hands if you've played Kahoot before. Okay, I see some hands. So basically with Kahoot, there's going to be 2 rounds. One round will be 10 questions. The other round will be another 10 questions. The top 3 people that win are going to get scholarships for P or FM. So everyone needs to be ready to go with that. And just get your phones out. If you're connected to the Wi-Fi or you're not connected, please make sure you're connected to the Wi-Fi as we get the game going. Or if you're connected to your internet, or if you want to use your friend's hotspot, that's fine as well. The code will show on the screen. Shortly. In the meantime, as we get ready, I feel like the energy's it's a little dying. Maybe you guys are tired. Can everyone stand up? We'll do a little stretch. Is it possible? No? Do you guys want to stand? Even I want to stretch a little. Oh, I see some people stretching. Yes, you can stretch. Stretch so you can get ready for the Kahoot game. As we're getting ready. Because you need to be alert for this game. It's important to be ready to go because it's going to be very fast-paced and quick. Can everyone see the screen? The smaller screens? Can you just raise your hands if you can see it? Yes? Okay. So you're going to go to www.kahoot.it or the Kahoot app, and the game pin is 3144958. Actually, if you've already put your name, please put your full name, your first name and your last name, because I'm going to write it exactly how we need it on the certificate. So please put your first and last name. So Joseph Shard, please leave and then come back. I need your full name. Because if you don't put your full name, you could be anybody, so it's going to be harder for the certificate. Okay, I see people joining. The PIN is 3144958. I know, sorry for the small screens and the technical difficulties. Again, the PIN is 3144958. I know for the questions too, I'll be reading them out. But if you can get closer to the screen, that might help you. So if you want to get closer, that's fine before we start. Because you should be able to read the questions on the screen. But the questions will also be on your phone. Okay, so we have 41. I'll wait another 3 minutes, so please join. We have 62, 64. 70. 'Kay, we have 100. Is anyone else trying to log in or to join? Okay, no worries. No worries. Oh, the PIN is 3144958. Again, that's 3144958. And I realized I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Nia Abdullahi. I'm the Regional Engagement Manager at SOA. So if you have any questions about anything afterwards too, you can come to me. Again, 3144958. We have 121 people in the Kahoot. Are we waiting for anyone else? Just show me your hands or I'm going to start. Okay, no worries. Okay. 3144958. Please feel free to come closer to the screens. There's no screen? Give me a second. Okay, are we waiting for anyone else to join? Just raise your hand if we're waiting. Okay, everyone's in? Are we waiting for one more, or? I see one hand. I'll just wait. Wow, we have 161 people. Nice. Again, the pin is 3144958. If you don't see it on the screen, you'll see it on your phone screen. So just please join kahoot.it. That's the website, kahoot.it, kahoot.it. Is anybody else? Okay, we can start. Everyone's ready? I can't hear you. Okay. Okay, we're starting. Three, two, one. So this is a true or false question. Time management's goal is to ensure the audience understands and trusts your analysis to make good decisions. You can put in your answers. You have 13 seconds left. The answer was false. Okay, so on the scoreboard we have Sally, Ivy, and Shelmith so far. Calculate the ultimate claims as of 2025 using the chain ladder method. So the graphic is there. You have 20 seconds. Ten seconds left. The answer was 2000. Okay, we have Shelmith, Joy, and Sally. How many actuarial exams in the ASA pathway? Is it 4, 6, 5, or 7? Four seconds left. The answer is 6. Okay, we have Sally, Sheena, and Dan on the leaderboard. An actuary completes a major project without asking IT about data limitations. Which soft skill failed? 19 seconds. Four seconds. The answer is collaboration. Okay. Question number 5. When presenting a complex reserving model to a CEO, which is the least effective approach? Ten seconds left. People aren't answering fast enough. By the way, with Kahoot, it's about speed as well as accuracy. Keep that in mind. The answer is explaining the exact formula used. The expected loss ratio, ELR method, primarily relies on which data point to calculate ultimate losses? Ten seconds left. The answer was earned premium. Okay, on the leaderboard, we have Shannon, Sally, and Ivy. Question number 7, true or false? In claims reserve IBNR are the claims that occurred but not yet reported. True or false? Ten seconds left. The answer was true. Sally, Shannon, and Ningaru, you guys are top 3. Which method of reserving is useful when data is limited or unstable, especially for recent underwriting years? This is question number 8, by the way. 2 more left. The answer was expected loss ratio. On the scoreboard, we have Shannon, Ngaru, Ivy. Question number 9. When it comes to completing the SOA exam journey, what factor most strongly contributes to long-term success? The answer was blue, developing a steady routine and learning from each attempt. Okay, we're on to the last question, but we have Shannon, Ngaru, and Ivy still. Wow, you guys are doing great. Let's see if you're going to make it. What best describes the evolving role of actuaries in today's industry? Ten seconds left. And the answer was expanding into areas like data science, risk management, and strategy. Let's see who the winners are. The podium. I don't know if you can see what I see. Ivy, let me just, Ivy, Ngaru, Korea, and number 1 is Shannon Jepkoek. Come on up. And can I have Zane come up? I'm going to invite Zane, our regional director, to come up on stage to give them their certificates. The 3, come on stage and get your certificates. These are your waivers. And congratulations again. But we have a round 2, so don't worry. If you didn't win this time, you might have a chance. This is the last round. Can everyone see my screen? Is it there? Not yet. The game pin for this new round is 982204. 982204. Okay, I see people joining. Please join with your first and last names, please. I see a lot of first names. Please come on. Leave and then come back out with your first and last name. Thank you. 982-204. Again, that's 982-204. Great. And again, for this round, it's going to be 10 questions. It's the same way as before. So think of speed, think of accuracy as well. Both matter. You have 160 in the room. Yes, the pin is 982-204. Again, that's 982-204. Is anyone still joining? Are we waiting for anyone to join? Just raise your hands. I see numbers too. If you have numbers, then you probably wouldn't get the certificate. So please put your first and last names. Now there's 188 in the room, in the Kahoot room. Again, 982-204. Are we waiting for anyone else to join? Okay, is everyone ready to start? Oh, there's more people joining. Wait. I'll wait one more minute. The pin is 982-204. If you can't see the screen, you'll see it on your phone. Don't worry. Don't worry, the questions will be there as well. Wow, we have 202. Okay, let me wait a little bit. Okay, I'm going to start now. Raise your hand if I can go. We're good? Okay. We're starting now. You should see the questions on your phone. 3, 2, 1. Okay, if x2 is greater than 16 and fx is less than 30, then x equals? $16 left. The answer is 5. On the scoreboard, we have Maurice, Crispine, Samuel. A total of 7,000 Kenyan shillings was split among 3 people using the ratio 5-3-2. How much money did the first person get? $12 left. The answer was 5,000. Okay, on the scoreboard we have Marily, Maurice, Lexi. True or false? A normal distribution is always skewed to the right. True or false? The answer was false. On the scoreboard, we have Marily Godentia Maurice. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. 3 coins are tossed up in the air one at a time. What is the probability that only 2 of them will land heads up? The answer is 3/8. And on the scoreboard, we have Marily, Angel, and Godentia. Question number 5. To make green paint, the ratio of blue to yellow is 3:5. To make 40 liters total, how much blue paint is needed? Is it 25? Is it 15, 20, or 10? The answer was 15. And on the scoreboard, we have Godentia, Owen, and Joseph. Whoa, new names came out of nowhere. This is how Kahoot is. In a standard normal distribution, the mean is 1 and the standard deviation is 0. True or false? "12 seconds left. The answer was false. Oh wow, new names on the score. Compare A, the speed of a truck traveling 270 kilometers in 3 hours. B, the speed of a truck traveling 380 kilometers in 5 hours. Is value A is greater, both are equal, or value B is greater? And this is the 7th question, by the way. We're almost done. The answer was value A is greater. So we have Joan, Godentia, and Dan. This is question 8. If the ratio of the areas of circle A to circle B is 144:1, what is the corresponding ratio of radius A to radius B? The answer was 12:1. And on the scoreboard, Godentia, Joan, and Dan. Question 9. What is the derivative of cos x? Four seconds. Okay, and on the scoreboard, we have Joan, Owen, and Lawin. This is the last question, and it's for the win. Which value is greater? Is it value A or is it value B? 7 seconds left. Value B is greater. And who's the winner? Who? Okay, on the podium, third place, we have Owen Kamo. Come on stage. 2, we have Mubotela Kilelu. And first place is Joan Risper. Come on stage to get your waivers. Please give them a round of applause. Congratulations again to the winners, and thank you everyone for playing.
It was a nice game. I don't know what number you are. Definitely not top 3. Mimi nilikuwa number, let me see. It doesn't tell me my number, but I think I was number 50 or some, number 87, yeah. But we all win some, we lose some. Congratulations to the winners. We'll go to the next session, which is a presentation by Actex Learning. I can see Jens is ready, so I would like to invite him to talk about Actex. They have a desk there. If some of you have been there, you already know a little something about Actex, but he'll share more. So Jens, you're welcome. We can give him a round of applause as he comes. An enthusiastic round of applause, please. Tujaribu tena, please give a round of applause. Okay, thank you.
Asante sana. Habari zenu? Habari ya Johnny? Nimefurahi sana kuwa hapa. Jina langu ni Jens, and that's about all Swahili I know. So I'll switch to English. Just do that one. Do you see the screen? Well, I think that surely but slowly I can start by saying a few things. So my name is Jens and I'm with Actuarial Learning, and I hope that most of you know who we are, and if not, I hope that you will know when you go home from today. And Actuarial Learning is doing many things, but I will focus on the things relevant to you, and maybe a few words about myself. I'm from Denmark, but based here in Nairobi, and I'm a fully qualified actuary with the Danish Society of Actuaries, and I'm also a fellow of the Actuarial Society of Kenya. And I don't want to go into details about so much more, but I'll just say that I'm a strategic partner and life actuary at Actuarial Learning. So, are the screens up? Because I want to be sure that you can see something. So you guys can follow. Actuarial Learning is a benefit corporation based in the US, but we truly do work globally, and our main purpose is to help aspiring actuaries to succeed in their actuarial journey. And I guess that's why many of you came here today. So I just want to say that we are here to help you. And the main thing relevant to you will be the study materials that we provide. We have a range of resources that you could tap into. So we do study manuals for almost every exam, and we have expert authors and instructors. We are also a publisher, so we will publish some of the books that you find on the curriculum for several of the exams. And recently we've launched a tutoring platform. And this tutoring platform is a very good way to get one-to-one feedback or help with concrete tasks or assignments, problems from your exams or while you're studying for the exams. It also works as a mentoring platform. So might be you want to know more about how to go about in the actuarial environment. We also have Goal, which I pointed out to you that we have a coupon code. And for you guys, we will provide P and FM Goal for free. And Goal, I'll dive into it. I'll show you a demo of how it works. And I really encourage you to try it out, see if it's something for you. We've heard today that there are also other providers of study materials, and they also provide something for free. And I really just encourage you to try both of them and see which one works best for you. And we also have some video instructions on our website. So here you really see how our end-to-end solution is working. When you go on the website, our actuarialuniversity.com, you log in, and then depending on what products you have bought, it will look differently. But most often you will have a planner, which is very nice. I'll dive a little bit deeper into that. And we have the study manuals, the goal. You can search for topics, and it's really a nice solution, if you ask me. I also briefly want to mention that Actuarial Learning is doing a lot of partnerships, specifically also with the SOA. So here in the recent past, we've done more and more collaboration together. Actuarial exams and the ACTEX way. Okay. Here's some statistics. And it looks like these exams are pretty tough, which is why you should get yourself some study materials from ACTEX Learning. But this really just shows that you have to come prepared, right, for the exams. Under pressure, you don't rise to the occasion, but you fall to the highest level of preparation. So it is really essential that you prepare. And where to start? Well, one place to start is to dive into some of the free stuff that I've brought with me today. We have this ebook, Actuarial Exam Tactics. So if you're not sure about your strategy, you can have a look in this book and see if that'll help you. It's free. And there's a QR code at the table for both of these books and also for the goal. The second book here is written by our CEO, Bill Morella, and it's about the actuarial career and how to get started. And as I've mentioned, we offer free goal and videos for the P and FM exams. I briefly want to mention that we also have a champion program. Does any of you know about our champion program? Show of hands? A few. Well, the universities who have a champion, an ACTEX Learning champion, they will get discounts, all of the students at the university. And the champion herself, she will get benefits in forms of free study materials. So if you do not have a champion at your university, I encourage you to contact us, and then we'll figure something out. And now, the exciting thing, demo of goal. Now, many of you came to the table before. You were so quick that you took all the flyers I've brought. And if there's one thing you should know or remember from today, it's to take a picture of the coupon code. It's valid until the 1st of June, so you don't have to use it right away. And what you do is you go to actexlearning.com, you create an account, you choose the goal product, and then you check out, and then it asks if you have a coupon code. And when you apply the coupon code, the price will be reduced to 0. And then when you've bought that for the amount of 0, you go to actuarialuniversity.com. And at Actuarial University, do you see my mouse? No. Okay. But here, this is the interface at actuarialuniversity.com, and you can see here in the upper right corner, enter access key. This access key is one you will get from an email. So you put that in and you click on add, and then it will be added to this My Products. So you see here I have a lot of other stuff, but I also have Practice with Goal for P. And beneath that you see the study planner. So here I type in when is my exam date, what is today's date, or when do I want to start studying, and when do I want to end studying, and then it makes a plan of how much you need to study each day to reach your target. If I click on this Practice with Goal for P, you will get into this dashboard. And here you see a practice session, a quiz session, simulated exams, and your goal score. Now, the goal score will show you how ready you are. And a target goal score of 70 is usually enough to pass the exam. Of course, this is no guarantee, but if you do your homework, this assessment works out to be quite accurate. And the gold score depends on how much practice you've done, how much quiz questions you have done, and how many simulated exams. But it also takes into account consistency. So now we will dive into each of these sessions, the practice, the quiz, the simulated exams. The longest one will be the practice, because the others are fairly similar. It's just a matter of the environment in it, you could say. So if you press on Start a Practice Session, you get into this pop-up here in the upper left corner, Set up Practice Session. You have to select the categories you wish to explore. So for the P exam here, you have general probability, you have random variables with univariate and multivariate probability distributions. You select those you want to focus on. Now, this is important because, as we've heard earlier today, we all have limited amount of time. So we will try to help you focus your studies, because this goal will show you where your strengths and your weaknesses are, so that you can focus on your weaknesses. When you've chosen the major topics, you have to select the learning objectives, and here there's a long list. You can also just select everything if you want that. And then you select the difficulty levels. And this could be, if you're starting out, you just want to do the core, get the gist of it, but as you progress, you might want to become more skilled and focus only on advanced or mastery questions. When you've selected that, it will provide you with a bunch of questions. Here, in this example, we have 63. And then you just do the problems. So here you have the question, and you have possible answers. It's a multiple choice. And if you don't really know how to go about it, you can click on this one in the bottom, Help Me Start, and you'll get a hint. And once you make an answer, let's see what I did. I answered wrongly here. So it will give me the solution, or a solution, of how to answer this question. Now, in this on this platform, there's a top bar. Let me just go back here. You can see at the top we have a bar with, it shows you what question number it is, and you have a few things you can click on. These I've tried to highlight here. So we have a Learn More, we have a flag for review, we have personal notes, and send comment to professor. So if you flag it for review, the system will remember this, and then you can do a session only on your flagged questions. You can also write a personal note if this is something that you want to remember, or you're taking notes to this particular question, or note that, oh, I need to ask my tutor about this. And if you find mistakes and errors, you can send a comment to the professor directly. And the most important one might actually be this one, Learn More. So if you are given a question and you don't really know how to answer it, you've clicked on the Help Me Start. That didn't really help you. You can click on Learn More. And the Learn More will show you a brief explanation of the topic. That's what you see here on the left. And then it will show you where you can find information about this topic in the integrated system. So in this particular case, I would like to see it in the ACTEX manual for P, 2nd edition. So I click on that, and it gives me a variety of possibilities, but I just want to read about it, so I click on Pages. And then it shows me that I can find something on this topic on page 199, and that will open a new tab and get me directly to the ACTEX manual. So you don't need to spend time on looking for it or anything. You can just, with a few clicks, you're already there with the information you need to learn more about it. Now let's say that you've done all of these questions in the practice session, or that you don't have time for more, so you just click on this X, so you exit, and then it asks you if you want this to count towards your goal score or not. The reason for this is that you get immediate feedback, so it's not really, it's just practicing. So it's up to you if you want it to count towards. The goal assessment will put a stronger weight on the quiz and the simulated exams. Okay. This is review. This is when I look at all the flagged questions. You remember the one flag for review? And if I go into this, I can see all the questions broken down on major topics, categories, and learning objectives. And I can see which ones I flagged for review, which ones I skipped, which ones I did incorrect. And then you can do a practice session with only these, really focusing, narrowing down what you don't know yet. Okay, let's go to the quiz session. So the quiz session is almost the same. Here you just have the ability to set the difficulty to adaptive. That is, if you answer correctly, it will give you a more difficult question. If you answer wrongly, it will be an easier one. So that's a really nice feature. And for this quiz, you decide how many number of questions and how much time. So, because at a real exam, you'll probably be pressured on time. So this is a way for you to practice speediness. And this is how it looks like. It will show you the timer at the top, and you still have the question and the possible answers. But here you don't have a help me start feature. And you also don't get immediate feedback. You get the feedback at the end of the quiz. So let's say you've reached the end of the quiz. I would like to test my score, and then it will show you how awful Jens here, he did it. He got nothing correct. So I need to get back to it. So I'll review what went wrong, and it will show me the solutions for the answers, and you can really go through it. And here, the simulated exams, it just sets per SOA standards. You'll have 3 hours. There'll be 30 questions, I think it is, for the P exam. So it really simulates the exam environment. And if we go to the goal score, this is just to show you how it looks like, that it'll break down your performance or how well you're doing at the moment within each specific category, within each specific learning objective, and within the difficulty of the questions. So you can really see here, it shows me my general probability, which is a weight of 13.5% for the exam, and I have an average score of 29 in the core. I have way less in the advanced and mastery, and this is to help you see where your weaknesses are. So you know, oh, okay, if I need a score of 70 on average, I can really go have a look where I'm weak. Yeah, and this is just to highlight that. And I think actually that's about it from me. Are there any questions about ACTEX learning? Because if not, come by me and get the free books and the coupon code, so you can try out our product and see if it works for you. And other than that, I just wish you good luck with your studies.
Thank you, Jens. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. Amongst us, we have the president of Makerere University Actuarial Students Association, and also his name is Emmanuel. Emmanuel Mesigwa Kamwesi. He's the president of the Makerere Actuarial Students Society. So, Emmanuel, you can come on stage. You've come a long way. You can come and have the students from Makerere and even Uganda in its entirety be represented in this event. We can applaud him as he comes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Emmanuel Mwesugwa Kamwesi, the president, Makerere Actuarial Society. From Makerere University, Uganda. First of all, I'm privileged to be here, and I thank the set of actuaries, TASC and SSK for this opportunity to be here and also be part of this. A few years ago, a young student entered the classroom and heard the word "an actuary" for the first time, and it sounded big, international, and looked almost distant. But someone came from behind and told him, if you work hard enough, one day you will sit in rooms where global decisions about risk are made. And today I can tell you that I've realized that it is possible not only for him, but for many of us. What I've been here today, or what I'm seeing, or what we are building here is bigger than an event. The organizers are building alignment between talent and opportunity, between the region and the world, between the students and the future of the profession. In Uganda, we're over 45 million people, the youngest population, very young, ambitious, fast-growing nation with increasing demand for insurance and risk expertise in pensions, health financing, agriculture, climate risk, and microinsurance. Yet the number of the fully qualified actuaries serving this entire population is still very small, counted in dozens, not even hundreds. I've realized it cuts across. It is a global demand, and this reality places responsibility on us, the students in this room, because it means the future of actuaries, of our region and the world are not somewhere else. They are here. They are sitting in these chairs. They are attending these sessions, and they are shaking hands during the breaks. At Makerere University, Actuarial Science is one of the most competitive programs whose value has been identified, and unlike about the past 5 years, now every year brilliant young minds enter with the dreams of not only passing exams, but also solving real problems of our societies. With the Makerere Actuarial Society, we try to move students from ambition to readiness, and from readiness, the global relevance, and from relevance and from readiness to global relevance, but we also carry a national and continental aspiration. We want actuarial science to expand to more universities across the region and across the continents. Talent is everywhere in our continent. Opportunity must reach it, and if we widen access to actuarial education, we widen access to better pensions, stronger insurance systems, smarter governments, and more resilient economies. I will focus on 3 commitments: exposure, because we believe that you cannot become what you've never seen, and preparation, because excellence must be intentional. Connection, because careers are built in communities, not isolation. And we are moving forward. Most students are attempting professional exams area. Interest in analytics and risk management is increasing. Collaboration among African universities is becoming natural, not exceptional. We are no longer asking whether Africa can produce world-class actuaries. We are proving it. Now, even as we celebrate growth, barriers remain. Many talented students still struggle with examination costs, materials, and access to mentors. Some quietly wonder where the growth profession truly has space for them. The OSA, the architects learning, the task, the SK, all your initiatives and presence today here answer that doubt. You are telling African students, we see you, we believe in you, and we are ready to work with you. Leaders, as leaders of the students' bodies, we are also ready to raise standards, to uphold professionalism, to collaborate across borders, to contribute African insight into global challenges. The risks facing this world talk of the health uncertainty, the climate risks, the financial risks, demand broader perspectives. Africa is not just a beneficiary to actual science, but rather a contributor. I'm confident that this generation will not merely join international conversations, but will help lead them. Let today strengthen mentorships. Let it open mentorship and internship doors. Let it create research opportunities and partnerships. Let it make mobility of African actuarial talent normal. On behalf of Makerere University and the Ugandan students who do actuarial science, I thank you for the welcome, the investment and belief in our potential. The friendships and collaborations born here will shape institutions long after we've left this hall. Asanteni sana na tuendelee kujenga taaluma ya actuarial pamoja. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I would like to request Zain to come on stage again to gift Emmanuel. You can just. You'll also have Jens. I'll hand it. Thank you.
We can appreciate Emmanuel as he walks off. Many thanks to you, Zain, for gifting the two. We are on the last bit of the program. We are now going to the closing remarks from the Society of Actuaries. I would like to again invite Zain for this concluding, for this final part. After this, we are going for tea outside here. You will see the place just as you walk outside.
So I have a 20-minute speech. If you want, I can give it to you all. No, I think it's been a long day, but a very fulfilling one. The Society of Actuaries, I mean, this is the second time we've collaborated with Ask. Last year as well, it was a very fulfilling session event. I hope a lot of you actually had a better understanding of the actuarial pathway, what SOA offers, and in general what actuaries do, how do you become an actuary, and all of that. I think that probably is the greatest takeaway, so that you can go back, think about what you want to do in your life as a career, and whether actuarial profession falls into that category. I would like to thank, of course, Ask for organizing this. Thank the university for hosting us. Thank Task as well as AEA in supporting us. And from Society of Actuaries, we remain deeply committed, as I mentioned at the start, to the Kenyan market. We hope to help more and more students understand the profession, become more aware of the profession, and then take informed decisions in terms of what they want to, whether they want to pursue this, and whether which society, which actual association they feel is the best suited for them. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nia, for all the background work that you did. Thank you, all of you, for attending this and even staying this late. It's been a pleasure coming here, and we hope to remain committed, as I said, and remain engaged with you all. I'm on LinkedIn. You can reach out to me if you have any questions about Society of Actuaries. I'll be happy to answer them, and hope to see you again, hopefully soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was the last bit of today. We are supposed to go outside for tea, but before we do that, I would like to request us to come. I think this space is enough for all of us to stand some seat and take a group photo. We can have a group photo before we leave. Just in front here. We can come onto the stage. It's the final thing we are doing, and then we'll go for tea.
That they also may be one in us, that the toggle well may believe thou hast sent me, that they may be one, that they may be one. I am them, and thou in me, but that they may be one, made perfect in one, that they may be one, made perfect in one.
Father, I will that they also whom thou hast given me be with me where I am. They may behold my glory, that they may behold my glory, which thou hast given me. For thou lovest me before the foundation of the world, before the foundation of the world. Thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. O righteous Father, the world hath not known thee, but I have known thee, and these have known that thou hast sent me, that the love